I found out my daughter was being programmed through her tablet at night. What they made her into is far worse than any nightmare. For the record, I'm a high school English teacher. I grade papers, coach debate, and live a painfully ordinary life in a painfully ordinary suburb. I'm not prone to flights of fancy or conspiracy theories. At least I wasn't until 3 months ago. It started with something so insignificant I almost didn't notice. My daughter Emma had been spending more time on her tablet than usual. Nothing alarming for a 12-year-old, but enough that I'd made a mental note to keep an eye on her screen time. One evening after dinner, I found her curled up on the living room couch, the blue glow of the device illuminating her face in the dimming light. "Who are you talking to, sweetheart?" I asked, trying to sound casual as I settled next to her. Emma flinched and tilted the screen away from me. "Just some friends from school," she said, without looking up. "Which friends?" I pressed gently. "You don't know them." There was an edge to her voice I hadn't heard before. "Maybe you could introduce me sometime," I suggested, reaching for the tablet. "What game are you playing?" She pulled it closer to her chest. "Dad, it's private." That's when the first hint of unease settled in my stomach. Emma and I had always been close, especially since her mother left 3 years ago. We didn't keep secrets. Not important ones, anyway. "Emma, you know the rules. No secrets about online friends." She sighed dramatically, the universal preteen signal of parental oppression. "It's just this app where you can chat with people who like the same stuff you do. It matches you with people based on your interests." "What's it called?" "Friend Finder." She rolled her eyes. "Everyone uses it." I held out my hand. "Let me see." With visible reluctance, she handed over the tablet. The interface looked innocent enough, brightly colored with cartoon avatars. A chat window showed a conversation with someone called Artist Ally 42. The messages seemed harmless, mostly about a webcomic they both apparently enjoyed. "How old is this friend?" I asked. Emma shrugged. "I dunno. Probably my age. They like all the same stuff I do." I scrolled through more of the conversation, noting how this Artist Ally person seemed surprisingly articulate for a 12-year-old. There was nothing explicitly inappropriate, but something about the exchange made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Emma, I think we need to talk about online safety again." "Dad, not this again." She groaned. "I'm not stupid. I know not to give out personal information or meet anyone in real life." "Have you told this person where we live?" "No. I told you, I'm not stupid." "Or your real name?" She hesitated just long enough to cause my stomach to drop. "Emma, I just told them my first name," she admitted. "But lots of people are named Emma. It's not like they can find me with just that." I took a deep breath. "What about your school? Have you mentioned where you go to school?" Another hesitation. "Maybe. I don't remember." "And this webcomic you both like, is it the one with your artwork on your profile page?" Emma had been drawing comics for about a year now, posting them on a site for young artists. She nodded. "The comics where you've drawn our house in the background? And yourself as the main character?" Her eyes widened slightly as the implications began to dawn on her. I tried to keep my voice steady. "Sweetheart, I'm not trying to scare you, but if someone wanted to, they could piece together a lot of information about you from what you've shared online." "But Artist Ally is just a kid like me," she protested. "Maybe," I conceded, "or maybe not. The problem is we can't know for sure." I deleted the app from her tablet that night while she watched, sullen and embarrassed. I installed parental controls and gave her the internet stranger talk again. She nodded in all the right places, and I thought that would be the end of it. I really did. That was my first mistake. A week later, I was grading papers late into the evening. The house was quiet, Emma long since asleep upstairs. I'd fallen into that peculiar trance that teachers know well, eyes glazing over as I marked the 30th essay on symbolism in Lord of the Flies, when a notification pinged on my phone. It was from our home security app. Motion detected. Front door. I frowned, checking the time. 11:43 p.m. Too late for package deliveries or neighbors. I opened the app and checked the doorbell camera feed. No one was there. Just the empty porch, dimly lit by the yellowed bulb I kept meaning to replace. I watched for another moment, then dismissed it as a false alarm. Probably a moth or a stray cat. I returned to my grading, but found my concentration broken. Every few minutes, my eyes were drawn to the window beside my desk. Our street was normally quiet at this hour, but tonight it felt different. Like the stillness was somehow attentive, waiting. I'm not usually prone to these flights of imagination. I blame the stack of teenage essays about savage behavior lurking beneath civilized veneers. My phone pinged again. Motion detected. Backyard. This time I felt a chill. Our backyard was fenced in, not easily accessible from the street. I pulled up the app again, selecting the camera mounted above our patio. The feed showed the familiar rectangle of our small yard, washed in the infrared glow of night vision. Nothing moved. After a few seconds, I was about to dismiss this as another false alarm when something shifted at the edge of the frame. I leaned closer to my screen, there by the back fence, a shadow that seemed somehow darker than the surrounding darkness. It moved slightly, then disappeared behind the old oak tree that dominated the yard. I set my phone down and went to the back door, flipping on the exterior lights. Through the glass panels, I could see the yard illuminated now, empty and ordinary. No mysterious shadows, no movement. Just the tree and Emma's swing set and the abandoned vegetable garden I'd been meaning to replant. I stood there for a long moment, peering into the corners of the yard. Nothing. I was turning to go back inside when I noticed something on the patio just outside the door. A small, dark object. I hesitated, hand on the doorknob. Common sense said don't open the door. Curiosity disagreed. Curiosity won. I unlocked the door and opened it just enough to reach down and grab the object. It was cold and smooth in my hand. A stone. Not just any stone, but one painted to look like a miniature comic panel. In crude but recognizable style, it showed a house, our house, with a small figure standing at an upstairs window. Emma's window. I dropped the stone as if it had burned me. It clattered on the patio as I slammed the door shut, locked it, and threw the deadbolt for good measure. My heart hammered in my chest as I rushed through the house, checking every window and door. All locked. Then I raced upstairs to Emma's room. She was sound asleep, one arm thrown over her head, the covers kicked down to her feet as usual. I stood in her doorway, listening to her steady breathing, trying to slow my own. Everything was normal. She was safe. I closed her door softly and returned downstairs. The painted stone was still on the patio where I dropped it. I stared at it through the door's glass panel, trying to make sense of it. Kids sometimes painted rocks as a community activity, hiding them for others to find. Could this be something like that? Just a coincidence that it resembled our house? But I knew it wasn't. The specific details, the color of our front door, the asymmetrical windows, even the hanging plant on the porch were too accurate. Someone had been watching our house. Someone who knew which window was Emma's. I called the police. Officer Reyes arrived 20 minutes later, a stocky man with tired eyes and a patient manner. He listened to my story, examined the stone, and walked the perimeter of the house with his flashlight, finding nothing out of place. Could be kids, he suggested, turning the painted rock over in his gloved hand. Happens sometimes. They pick a house and try to spook the residents. At midnight on a Tuesday? I asked. He shrugged. Teenagers don't exactly keep regular hours, Mr. Cassidy. What about the security alerts? Motion sensors get triggered by all sorts of things. Wind, animals, shadows from passing car headlights. I could tell he was trying to be kind, but also that he didn't take my concerns very seriously. I couldn't really blame him. On the surface, it wasn't much, 2 security alerts and a painted rock. Look, he said, seeing my frustration. We can increase patrols in your neighborhood for the next few days, and you should definitely report any other suspicious activity. But right now, there's not much to go on. After he left, I retrieved the stone from where he'd placed it on the porch railing, intending to throw it away. But something made me hesitate. Evidence, I told myself. Better to keep it just in case. I slept poorly that night, waking at every creak and settling noise the house made. By morning, in the reassuring light of day, my fears seemed overblown. The stone sitting on my kitchen counter looked almost whimsical now, like the harmless craft project Officer Reyes had suggested it might be. Emma came downstairs for breakfast, rubbing sleep from her eyes, and immediately spotted it. "Cool rock," she said, reaching for it. "Where'd you get it?" I intercepted her hand. "Someone left it outside last night." She looked at me curiously. "Who?" "I don't know." I hesitated, then decided to be direct. "Emma, have you been talking to Artist Ally or anyone else online since we deleted that app?" Her face closed off immediately. "No." "Are you sure? This is important, Emma." I said no. She snapped, then immediately looked contrite. "Sorry. I'm not stupid, Dad. I wouldn't do that after what you said." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But there was something in her expression, a flicker of something that wasn't quite honest. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" I pressed. "Anything at all? You know you can talk to me about anything, right?" She looked down at her cereal bowl. "There's nothing to tell." The rest of the morning passed in strained silence. As I drove her to school, I tried again. "Emma, I'm not mad. I just want to make sure you're safe." She stared out the passenger window. "I know, Dad. So if there's something..." "There isn't." Her voice was flat, final. I dropped it for the time being, but resolved to check her devices that evening. If she was still communicating with someone behind my back, I needed to know. That day at school, I found it difficult to focus on teaching. Between classes, I researched the Friend Finder app on my phone. The reviews were mixed, many parents expressing concerns similar to mine, but also many defending it as a safe space for kids to connect over shared interests. The company behind it claimed to have strict moderation and safety features, but I knew how easily such measures could be circumvented. During my lunch break, I called Emma's school and asked to speak with her guidance counselor, Ms. Patel. I explained the situation as best I could without sounding like an overprotective parent. "You're right to be concerned," she assured me. "We've had issues with apps like this before. Children don't always understand the risks." "Has Emma seemed different at school lately?" I asked. "Any changes in behavior or friends?" There was a slight pause. "Nothing alarming," Ms. Patel said carefully. "She's been a bit more withdrawn this semester, but that's not unusual for her age. Puberty brings all sorts of social recalibrations. Would you keep an extra eye on her? Let me know if you notice anything unusual." "Of course, Mr. Cassidy. That's what I'm here for." I thanked her and hung up, not entirely reassured. What constituted unusual was subjective after all. When I picked Emma up that afternoon, she seemed more like herself, chatting about a science project and a funny thing her friend Lily had said at lunch. I allowed myself to relax somewhat. Maybe I was overreacting to the whole situation. That evening, after dinner, I suggested we watch a movie together. Emma agreed readily enough, and for a couple of hours, things felt normal between us again. She fell asleep on the couch before the end, and I carried her upstairs to bed like I used to when she was younger. As I tucked her in, a notification sounded from her tablet, which was charging on her nightstand. I froze, listening to make sure she was still asleep, then carefully picked up the device. The notification was from an app one didn't recognize, something called Canvas Connect. It looked like an educational app with a message preview that read, "New comment on your artwork from Artist Ally 42. Love the new character design. Can't wait to see." My blood ran cold. I unlocked the tablet. Emma's password had been the same since she was 9, her birthday backward, and opened the app. It masqueraded as a platform for student artists to share work for classroom feedback. But a quick scroll through Emma's account revealed dozens of exchanges with Artist Ally 42, stretching back weeks. Some were indeed about artwork, but many were more personal. "Artist Ally 42, your dad seems really strict. My parents don't care what I do online. Emma, he's just overprotective since my mom left. It's annoying. Artist Ally 42, that sucks. You should have more freedom. Emma, yeah, well, what can I do? He checks everything now. Artist Ally 42, not everything obviously, lol. Hey, have you tried that new ice cream place by your school? Emma, OMG, yes. The chocolate mint is amazing. Artist Ally 42, I knew you'd like that one. I've seen you with mint chocolate chip before." I stared at those last words, a chill creeping up my spine. "I've seen you with mint chocolate chip before." What did that mean? Had this person been watching Emma? Following her? I continued scrolling, my anxiety mounting with each exchange. "Artist Ally 42, that blue jacket you wore today looked really nice on you." Emma, thanks. Wait, how did you know what I was wearing? Artist Ally 42, you posted a selfie yesterday wearing it, remember? Emma, oh right, lol. I'm so forgetful. But I knew Emma hadn't posted any selfies. I monitored her social media accounts carefully. She only had a carefully supervised Instagram for sharing her artwork, no personal photos allowed. I read on, growing increasingly disturbed. Artist Ally 42, I had a dream about you last night. Emma, weird. What happened? Artist Ally 42, we were hanging out in your room. The one with the yellow walls and the star stickers on the ceiling. I was showing you some drawing techniques. Emma, how do you know what my room looks like? Artist Ally 42, you've described it before. Emma, have I? I don't remember that. Artist Ally 42, you definitely did. I remember everything you tell me. We're best friends, right? Emma, I guess. My dad would freak if he knew I was talking to you though. Artist Ally 42, that's why it's our secret. You're good at keeping secrets, aren't you, Emma? Emma, yeah. Artist Ally 42, promise? Emma, promise. My hands were shaking by the time I finished reading. This person, whoever they were, was manipulating my daughter, grooming her. And they knew details about our lives they shouldn't know. I took screenshots of everything, then deleted the app from her tablet. Tomorrow, I would take it to the police station and insist they investigate. Tonight, I needed to make sure we were safe. I checked on Emma one more time, still sleeping soundly, then methodically went through the house, confirming every door and window was locked. I turned on all the exterior lights and settled in the living room where I could see both the front and back entrances. Sleep was out of the question. Every few minutes, I checked the security app on my phone, scanning the camera feeds for any movement. The hours crawled by. At 2:17 a.m., I was jolted from a light doze by a notification. Motion detected, side yard. I sat up straight, instantly alert, and opened the app. This camera covered the narrow passage between our house and the neighboring property, a space rarely used except for storing the garbage bins. The infrared feed showed nothing at first. Then, slowly, a figure moved into frame. A person. Standing absolutely still, face tilted up toward the camera. My throat constricted. Without thinking, I took a screenshot, then watched in horror as the figure raised one hand toward the camera, almost like a greeting. Then they stepped back, disappearing from view. I was on my feet immediately, phone in one hand, the baseball bat I'd placed nearby in the other. I dialed 911 as I moved toward Emma's room. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone outside my house, I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I climbed the stairs. They've been stalking my daughter online and now they're here. Is the person attempting to enter your residence? Not yet, but they're on my property. I have camera footage. What's your address, sir? I provided the information as I reached Emma's door, relieved to find her still asleep, undisturbed. Officers are being dispatched, the operator assured me. Are you and your family in a secure location? Yes, we're inside with the doors locked. Stay on the line until officers arrive. Try not to approach the individual. I had no intention of going outside. I pulled Emma's desk chair over to her window, which faced the front yard, and positioned myself where I could see both her and the street below. The police arrived 7 minutes later, 2 cruisers pulling up with lights but no sirens. I watched from the window as 4 officers spread out around the property, flashlights probing the darkness. I went downstairs to meet them when they knocked, careful to verify their identities before opening the door. Officer Reyes was among them, recognition flickering in his eyes when he saw me. Mr. Cassidy, you reported an intruder. I showed him the screenshot on my phone. The figure was indistinct in the grainy infrared image, but unmistakably human. We did a perimeter check, he said. No sign of anyone now. No evidence of attempted entry. They were there, I insisted. This is the second night in a row. His expression softened slightly. I believe you saw someone. Let's talk about what's been happening. I told him everything, the online conversations, the painted rock, the stalking comments. He took notes and asked for copies of the screenshots I'd taken. We'll open an investigation, he said finally. Cyberstalking is a crime, especially when it involves a minor. And criminal trespass is a separate offense. What do we do now? I asked. We'll have a car drive-by regularly tonight. Tomorrow, I'd recommend contacting our cybercrime unit directly. They have specialists who handle these kinds of cases. He handed me a card. In the meantime, keep your doors locked and your security system armed. After the police left, I returned to Emma's room. She had slept through the entire episode, her face peaceful in the glow of her nightlight. I settled back in the chair by her window, determined to keep watch until morning. Outside, the street was quiet again, empty in the way that only residential neighborhoods can be in the small hours. I stared out at the familiar scene, the row of houses opposite, their windows dark, the street lamp with its pool of yellow light, the maple trees along the sidewalk just beginning to bud with spring. It all looked so normal. So safe. But as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something that made my heart stutter. Across the street, partially hidden behind one of the maple trees, stood a figure. Motionless. Watching our house? I blinked hard, wondering if my tired eyes were playing tricks. But no, there was definitely someone there. Someone who had been waiting, just out of sight of the police. As if sensing my gaze, the figure stepped slightly forward into a splash of streetlight. Not enough to see their face clearly, but enough to confirm it was an adult. Tall, broad-shouldered. They raised one hand, the same strange greeting gesture from the camera feed, then melted back into the shadows between houses. I sat paralyzed, clutching my phone. Should I call the police again? They'd barely left. Would they even believe me if I reported yet another sighting with no evidence? While I hesitated, my phone screen lit up with a text message. Unknown number. She looks so peaceful when she sleeps. I nearly dropped the phone. With trembling fingers, I took a screenshot of the message, then replied. Who is this? The response came immediately. Unknown number, a friend. I'm going to take such good care of her when she's mine. Stay away from my daughter, I typed, fury momentarily overriding fear. Unknown number, but she wants to meet me. She promised. I called 911 again, but by the time police returned, there was no sign of anyone on the street. The officer who responded, not Reyes this time, but a younger man named Collins, seemed skeptical when I showed him the text messages. We can try to trace the number, he said, but these days it's easy to use temporary numbers, burner phones, messaging apps. If this person knows what they're doing, it might not lead anywhere. So what am I supposed to do? I demanded. Wait until they break in? Officer Collins sighed. Mr. Cassidy, we're taking this seriously. We'll have increased patrols in your area, and the cybercrime unit will be in touch tomorrow. In the meantime, you might consider staying with friends or family for a few days. That seemed like sound advice. As soon as he left, I called my sister Beth, who lived about an hour away in a rural area outside the city. Of course you can stay, she said after I explained the situation. For as long as you need. The guest room is always ready, and Emma can bunk with Zoe. The girls will love having a sleepover. We'll come first thing in the morning, I told her. And Beth? Thank you. Don't be silly. That's what family is for. I ended the call feeling marginally better. We just needed to make it through the rest of the night, then we could get away from here while the police investigated. I returned to Emma's room and settled back in the chair by the window. Outside, the street remained empty. No more mysterious figures, no more unsettling text messages. Just the ordinary night passing in its ordinary way. At some point, despite my best intentions, I dozed off. I woke with a start, disoriented. The room was darker than before. The night light that had been glowing softly when I fell asleep was now out. The only illumination came from the street lamp outside, casting long shadows across the floor. Something had woken me. A sound? I listened intently, hearing nothing but the normal creaks and sighs of the house. Then a soft scraping noise, like something being dragged across the floor downstairs. My mouth went dry. I reached for my phone to call 911 again, but my pocket was empty. It must have fallen while I slept. I groped around the chair and the floor nearby, finding nothing. The scraping sound came again, followed by a gentle thud. Someone was in the house. I moved silently to Emma's bed, placing a hand over her mouth as I shook her awake. Her eyes flew open in alarm. Shua, I whispered close to her ear. There's someone downstairs. We need to be very quiet. Her eyes widened further, but she nodded her understanding. I removed my hand from her mouth and gestured for her to follow me. We crept to her closet, where I pushed aside hanging clothes and urged her into the far corner. Stay here, I breathed. Don't make a sound. Don't come out unless I call for you. If you hear anything bad happen, use the fire escape from your window and run to the Petersons' house next door. Understand? She nodded again, tears welling in her eyes. It's going to be okay, I promised, hoping it wasn't a lie. I'm going to check what's happening and call the police. I closed the closet door and moved back to the bedroom door, listening. The house had gone quiet again. Too quiet. Where was my phone? I needed to call for help. My gaze fell on Emma's tablet, still charging on her nightstand. Of course, I could use that. I crossed the room as silently as possible and unplugged the device. The screen lit up, momentarily blinding in the darkness. I squinted against the glare, searching for the emergency call function. That's when I noticed a new notification. Canvas Connect, new message from Artist Ally 42. I'm here. A floorboard creaked in the hallway outside the bedroom. I froze, staring at the door, which I had left slightly ajar. Through the narrow opening, I could see only darkness. But I knew with absolute certainty that someone was there. Watching. Waiting. The tablet suddenly seemed dangerous in my hands, its glow a beacon in the darkness. I set it face down on the nightstand and backed away toward the window. If I could get it open quietly, maybe I could call for help. Maybe someone would hear. The bedroom door began to swing open. I lunged for Emma's softball bat, propped in the corner by her desk. My fingers had just closed around it when the door opened fully, revealing a tall silhouette. "Get out of my house," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The figure took a step forward into the shaft of streetlight coming through the window. It was a man, middle-aged, unremarkable. He might have passed for a neighbor or a colleague in other circumstances. But the expression on his face, a mixture of anticipation and something like tenderness, made my skin crawl. "Where is she?" he asked softly. "Where's my Emma?" "She's not yours," I said, raising the bat. "And you need to leave. Now. The police are on their way." A bluff, but he couldn't know that. He smiled as if I'd said something mildly amusing. "No, they're not. But that's okay. We don't need them. What do you want?" I demanded. "Just what was promised to me," he said, his voice reasonable, almost gentle. "Emma and I have an understanding. We're going to be together." "She's 12 years old," I said through gritted teeth. His smile didn't waver. "She's special. I've watched her for so long, learned everything about her. What she likes, what she fears." His gaze shifted to the closet, where she hides. I moved to position myself between him and the closet. "You're not touching her." "I don't want to hurt you," he said, and I believed him. In his warped mind, he probably saw himself as the hero of this story. "Just let me take her, and this can all be over." "Never." He sighed, as if disappointed by my lack of cooperation. "I was hoping we could do this the easy way." Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife. I didn't hesitate. I swung the bat with every ounce of strength I possessed, aiming for his head. But he was faster than I expected. He ducked, and the bat connected with his shoulder instead. He grunted in pain but didn't go down. Before I could swing again, he lunged forward, knife extended. I twisted away, feeling the blade slice through my shirt and graze my side. Sharp pain followed, but adrenaline kept it at bay. We grappled in the semi-darkness, each trying to gain advantage. He was strong, but I was fighting for my daughter's life. When he tried to stab me again, I caught his wrist with my left hand while bringing the bat down hard on his arm with my right. I heard the crack of bone an instant before he screamed. The knife clattered to the floor. I kicked it away and pressed my advantage, swinging the bat again, this time connecting solidly with his ribs. He stumbled backward into the hallway. "Emma, stay where you are," I shouted, following him. He was retreating down the stairs now, cradling his broken arm. Pursued, bat raised. At the bottom of the staircase, he turned and looked up at me, his face transformed by rage and pain. "This isn't over," he hissed. "She belongs with me," she promised. "She's a child," I said, "and you're never going to see her again." He backed toward the front door, which stood open. That's how he'd gotten in. Before stepping outside, he paused and smiled again, the expression chilling in its sudden calm. "Ask her about the key she gave me," he said. "Ask her what else she promised." Then he was gone, disappearing into the night. I slammed the door shut and locked it, then leaned against it, trembling with fading adrenaline and dawning horror. The key, of course. That's how he'd gotten in without breaking a window or forcing a door. Somehow he'd gotten a key to our house. I found my phone on the coffee table downstairs. Had I left it there earlier? I couldn't remember, and called 911 for the third time that night. Then I returned upstairs to find Emma. She was still huddled in the closet, sobbing quietly. When I opened the door, she flung herself into my arms. "Is he gone?" she whispered. "Yes, he's gone. The police are coming." I held her tight, reassuring myself that she was safe, unharmed. "Emma, I need to ask you something important, and I need you to tell me the truth. Did you give someone a key to our house?" She pulled back, her tear-streaked face a mask of confusion. "What? No. Are you sure?" The man said. "I didn't give anyone a key," she insisted. "I wouldn't do that." I wanted to believe her, but then I remembered the conversations I'd read, the secrets she'd been keeping, the promise she'd made to Artist Ally 42. "Emma," I said gently, "I saw your messages with Artist Ally. I know you've been talking to him behind my back. Her face crumpled. I'm sorry, Dad, but I swear I never gave him a key. I never even told him our address. Then how did he know where we live? How did he get in? She shook her head helplessly. I don't know. The police arrived before I could question her further. The next few hours passed in a blur of statements and evidence collection. Emma and I were separated for our interviews, which made me anxious, but I understood the protocol. Officer Reyes, looking grim, informed me that they were treating this as an attempted abduction. We'll find him, he promised. Between your description, the physical evidence he left behind, and the digital trail, we have a lot to work with. But his next words sent a chill through me. Mr. Cassidy, there's something you should know. Your daughter is insisting she never communicated with this individual online. She says she doesn't know anyone called Artist Ally 42. I stared at him. That's not possible. I saw the messages myself. We'll examine her devices, of course. But he hesitated. Children often deny these interactions out of fear or shame. Or because she's being threatened, I suggested. He nodded. That's also possible. By dawn, the police had finished their initial investigation. They advised us to stay elsewhere while they searched for the intruder, which aligned perfectly with my plan to go to Beth's. As we packed bags for our stay, I tried once more to get Emma to open up. Sweetheart, you're not in trouble. I just need to understand what happened. She zipped her backpack with unnecessary force. I already told you and the police. I never talked to that person. I never used that stupid art app thing. I don't know how he got in. Then how do you explain the messages I saw? I don't know, she cried, tears welling again. Maybe he hacked my tablet or something. It wasn't implausible. Dedicated stalkers went to extraordinary lengths sometimes. But something about her vehemence made me uneasy. Was she still protecting him? Or was she telling the truth? We were almost ready to leave when I remembered the painted rock. I retrieved it from the kitchen counter, intending to bring it with us as evidence. As I examined it again in the morning light, I noticed something I'd missed before. On the back, in tiny, precise lettering, was a message. I'm always watching. She's always waiting. The words were so small I had to squint to read them, written in what looked like ballpoint pen in a cramped, meticulous hand. I turned the rock over in my palm, a chill spreading through me. The painted side, the one showing our house with Emma at the window, suddenly seemed more sinister than ever. Dad? Are you ready? Emma called from the hallway, her backpack slung over one shoulder. I quickly pocketed the rock. Coming. We loaded our bags into the car, and I did one last check of the house, making sure all windows were locked and the security system was armed. Officer Reyes had promised to have patrols drive by regularly, but I still felt uneasy leaving our home. It felt like abandoning territory to an enemy. As we pulled out of the driveway, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The house looked exactly as it always had. A modest two-story in a quiet suburb, unremarkable in every way, yet somehow transformed in my mind into something vulnerable, violated. Emma was quiet beside me, staring out the passenger window. Her face was pale, with dark circles under her eyes from the sleepless night. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her everything would be okay, but the words stuck in my throat. I wasn't sure they would be okay, and I still didn't know if she was telling me the truth. We drove in silence for nearly 20 minutes before I tried again. Emma, I said gently, I need you to help me understand what's happening. If you're scared to tell me something because this person threatened you. I told you, she interrupted, her voice tight with frustration. I don't know him. I never talked to him. Why won't you believe me? Because I saw the messages, Emma, on your tablet, last night. She turned to face me, eyes wide with indignation. What messages? Show me. I can't. The police have your tablet now. She folded her arms across her chest. Convenient. The word stung, implying I was making things up. Emma, I'm not lying to you. I would never do that. Well, I'm not lying either. Her voice cracked. Dad, I swear on anything, on Mom's life, I never talked to that creep online. I didn't even know he existed until last night. I glanced at her, startled by the intensity of her denial and the invocation of her mother. We rarely spoke of Rachel. Her abandonment was still a raw wound for both of us, even 3 years later. Okay, I said slowly. Let's say I believe you. Then how do you explain what I saw? The app on your tablet. The conversations with someone called Artist Ally 42. She shrugged helplessly. I don't know. Maybe he hacked it somehow. Maybe he made it look like I was talking to him when I wasn't. It was possible, I supposed. There were sophisticated ways to falsify digital communications. But why go to such lengths? Did you ever notice anything strange about your tablet? I asked. Was it ever acting differently? Or were there apps you didn't recognize? She thought for a moment. It's been kinda glitchy lately. Sometimes it would restart for no reason, or the battery would drain super fast. I thought it was just getting old. Those could be signs of malware or remote access. I made a mental note to mention this to the police when they contacted us again. We lapsed back into silence as I navigated onto the highway heading out of the city. Beth lived in a rural area with more trees than people, a place where neighbors were a quarter-mile apart and strangers stood out. It seemed like the perfect refuge right now. As we drove, I couldn't stop thinking about what the intruder had said, ask her what else she promised. What could that mean if Emma truly had never communicated with him? Was it just another manipulation intended to sow distrust between us? My phone rang, breaking into my thoughts. It was connected to the car's Bluetooth, so the caller ID displayed on the dashboard screen, unknown number. My stomach clenched. I hesitated, then pressed the answer button on the steering wheel. Hello? There was silence on the other end. Then, faintly, what sounded like breathing. Hello? I repeated more sharply this time. Who is this? The breathing continued, slightly louder now. Deliberate. Emma was watching me, her face tense. Dad? Who is it? I shook my head, indicating I didn't know, and was about to end the call when a voice finally came through the speakers. I see you, it said softly. A man's voice. Calm. Measured. Both of you. Leaving won't help. I swerved slightly, reflexively checking all my mirrors. There were several cars behind us on the highway, but none close enough to be following us specifically. Who is this? I demanded. You know who, the voice replied. And I know where you're going. To Beth's house. 4672 Lakeview Road. Ice flooded my veins. How could he possibly know that? I'd only made the call to Beth after he'd fled the house. Unless... Your phone is very interesting, Mr. Cassidy, he continued, as if reading my thoughts. So many personal details. So many ways to stay connected. Dad, Emma whispered, looking terrified. Hang up. I wanted to, but I also wanted answers. What do you want from us? I asked. I already told you. I want what was promised to me. His voice was eerily reasonable, like we were discussing a business transaction. Emma knows, even if she's pretending not to remember. I don't know anything. Emma shouted toward the speaker. Leave us alone. There was a pause, then a soft chuckle. She sounds convinced, doesn't she? But deep down, she remembers. Ask her about the dreams, Mr. Cassidy. Ask her who visits her when she sleeps. I ended the call, my hand shaking as I punched the button on the steering wheel. The highway stretched ahead of us, suddenly seeming exposed, unsafe. Emma? I glanced at her. She had gone very pale. I don't know what he's talking about, she said, but her voice wavered. I don't remember any dreams. Something in the way she said it made me think she wasn't being entirely truthful. But now wasn't the time to press her. We needed to get somewhere safe first. I dialed Beth's number, keeping one eye on the rearview mirror. We're about 40 minutes out, I told her when she answered. Perfect timing. I'm just putting a lasagna in the oven. The girls are so excited for their sleepover. I hesitated, not wanting to alarm her but needing her to be cautious. Beth, something's happened. The situation is, it's worse than I thought. Can you make sure all your doors and windows are locked? They already are, she assured me, her tone shifting to concern. James, what's going on? I'll explain everything when we get there. Just be careful. And if anyone comes to the door that you don't know, don't answer it. You're scaring me a little, she admitted. I'm sorry. We'll be there soon. After hanging up, I made another call, this time to Officer Reyes. It went to voicemail. I left a message explaining that the stalker had called us, knew where we were going, and might have somehow accessed my phone. Next, I pulled into a gas station and bought a prepaid flip phone using cash. If my smartphone was compromised, we needed a secure alternative. Back on the road, I kept checking the mirrors, looking for any vehicle that seemed to be following us consistently. There were fewer cars now as we left the city behind, entering the more sparsely populated countryside. Emma had gone quiet again, staring at her hands folded in her lap. "Are you okay?" I asked, though it was a ridiculous question. Of course she wasn't okay. "I keep thinking," she said slowly, "about what he said. About dreams." I waited, giving her space to continue. "I've been having these weird dreams lately," she admitted. "Not scary exactly, but strange. There's always this person in them. I can never see their face clearly. They show me things, tell me things. When I wake up, I can't remember exactly what, but it feels important." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "How long have you been having these dreams?" She shrugged. "A few months, I guess." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because they're just dreams, Dad." She sounded exasperated. "Everyone has weird dreams. It doesn't mean anything." But we both knew that wasn't true. "Not now," with the intruder's words echoing between us. "Ask her about the dreams. Ask her who visits her when she sleeps. What does this person in your dreams show you?" I pressed. Emma frowned, concentrating. "Places, I think. Places I've never been. And drawings. Lots of drawings, like maps or plans. But it's all fuzzy when I wake up." I wanted to dismiss it as coincidence, stress-induced nightmares, perhaps, or an overactive imagination. But combined with everything else, it felt significant. "Has this person in your dreams ever asked you to do anything? To promise anything?" She hesitated, and that hesitation was answer enough. "Emma, I don't remember exactly," she said, but I could tell she was holding something back. "Sometimes I think they want me to go somewhere with them. Somewhere special." A chill ran through me. "Where?" "I don't know. Just away." She looked out the window again. "Can we stop talking about this? It's making me feel weird." I let it drop, but my mind was racing with implications. Could someone be influencing Emma through her dreams somehow? It sounded ridiculous, like something from a sci-fi movie. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that these dreams and the stalker were connected. We were about 15 minutes from Beth's house when I noticed a gray sedan that had been behind us for a while. Not close enough to be obvious, but maintaining the same distance steadily. "Emma, don't look back, but I think someone might be following us." Her body tensed immediately. "Is it him?" "I don't know." I hadn't gotten a good look at what the intruder had been driving during his hasty escape from our house. "We're going to take a detour, see if they follow." I took the next exit, a rural route that meandered through farmland. The gray sedan followed. "Dad?" Emma's voice was tight with fear. "It's going to be okay," I assured her, though my own heart was pounding. I pulled out the prepaid phone and handed it to her. "Call Beth. Tell her we're going to be a little later than expected and to call the police if we're not there in an hour." She did as instructed while I focused on driving, periodically checking my mirrors. The sedan maintained its distance, never getting close enough for me to make out the driver, but never falling behind either. After a few miles, I spotted a gas station, a small, local place with only 2 pumps, and made a snap decision. I pulled in sharply and parked beside the building, out of view from the road. "Stay in the car," I told Emma. "Lock the doors. If anything happens, run inside the store and ask them to call the police." I got out before she could protest and moved to the corner of the building where I could watch the road without being seen. The gray sedan appeared a few moments later, slowing as it passed the station. I caught a glimpse of the driver, male. That was all I could tell before the car accelerated again and continued down the road. I waited, counting to 60 in my head before returning to our car. "Is he gone?" Emma asked as I slid back into the driver's seat. "I think so, but we're going to wait here a few minutes to be sure." We sat in tense silence, watching the road. 5 minutes passed. 10. No sign of the gray sedan returning. "I think we're clear," I said finally. "Let's go. But we'll take a different route just to be safe." I used the navigation system to find an alternative way to Beth's, avoiding main roads where possible. It would take longer, but hopefully throw off anyone trying to follow us. As we drove, I called Officer Reyes on the prepaid phone. This time he answered. "Mr. Cassidy, we were just about to call you. We've made some progress on your case." I explained about the phone call and the possible tail, and he assured me they were taking it all very seriously. "We've got a team examining your daughter's devices now," he said, "and we're working on identifying the caller. In the meantime, I've contacted the sheriff's department in your sister's county. They'll have deputies patrolling the area around her house." It was some reassurance, at least. "Have you found anything on Emma's tablet?" I asked, careful to keep my voice neutral. Emma was watching me intently. "Nothing conclusive yet," Reyes replied. "But there are some inconsistencies. We'll need to talk more when you're settled." What kind of inconsistencies? I pressed. He hesitated. It's complicated. Digital forensics takes time, but preliminary findings suggest the Canvas Connect app was installed remotely, and there are traces of other monitoring software we're still analyzing. So Emma might be telling the truth after all. The relief I felt was immediate and profound. So someone hacked her tablet? It appears that way. We're still determining the extent of it. He paused. Mr. Cassidy, I have to ask, have either you or your daughter had any contact with your ex-wife recently? The question caught me off guard. Rachel? No. She hasn't been in touch since she left. And that was 3 years ago, correct? Yes. Why are you asking about her? Another pause. Just covering all bases. We'll talk more when you're safe at your sister's. After ending the call, I glanced at Emma. The police think someone may have hacked your tablet remotely. Installed apps without you knowing. She gave me a look that clearly said, I told you so, but didn't gloat. So you believe me now? I'm sorry I doubted you, I said, genuinely contrite. I should have trusted you. It's okay. She shrugged, but I could see she was relieved. I probably wouldn't have believed me either. We drove the rest of the way to Beth's house without incident, taking winding back roads through increasingly rural terrain. Beth lived on several acres, her nearest neighbor a quarter-mile away. It was beautiful country, rolling hills, dense woods, and glimpses of the lake that gave the road its name. When we finally pulled into her long gravel driveway, I felt some of the tension leave my body. Beth's house came into view, a rustic two-story with a wide front porch and woods on 3 sides. Safe. Secluded. Beth must have been watching for us because she came out onto the porch before we'd even parked. Her daughter Zoe, 11 and gangly, peered from behind her. Thank God, Beth said as we got out of the car. She hugged me fiercely, then Emma. I've been worried sick. We took a detour, I explained. Just to be safe. She nodded, ushering us inside. Come on. Food's ready and the guest room is all set up. The interior of Beth's house was warm and inviting, with wooden beams and a stone fireplace in the living room. I'd always loved it here, so different from our suburban home with its sense of history and permanence. Zoe immediately dragged Emma upstairs to show her something in her room, the way cousins do after time apart. I watched them go, relieved to see Emma momentarily distracted from our ordeal. Okay, Beth said once they were out of earshot. Tell me everything. Over cups of strong coffee at her kitchen table, I related the events of the past few days, the online stalking, the break-in, the threatening call. Beth listened without interrupting, her expression growing increasingly grim. Jesus, James, she said when I'd finished. This is serious stalker behavior. Dangerous stalker behavior. I know. I rubbed my eyes, exhaustion suddenly catching up with me. The police are investigating, but I don't know how long it will take them to find this guy. You can stay here as long as you need to, she assured me. No one will find you out here. I wanted to believe that. But the stalker had known we were coming here. Had known Beth's address. How? We should still be careful, I said. Keep the doors locked. Maybe put off any errands for a few days until we know more. Beth nodded, reaching across the table to squeeze my hand. We'll be fine, James. I've got my shotgun, and Mike from down the road is a deputy sheriff. I already called him, and he's going to stop by later. Plus, this house is like a fortress. Dad built it that way, remember? Our father had been somewhat paranoid about security, a trait that had once seemed excessive but now felt prescient. The house had solid wood doors with deadbolts, windows with reinforced glass, and a generator for power outages. There was even a hidden room behind a bookcase in the study, a feature that had delighted Beth and me as children. I remember, I said, managing a small smile. Dad would be pleased to know his security measures are finally being put to use. He's probably saying, I told you so, from beyond the grave, Beth joked, then grew serious again. But James, I have to ask, what about Rachel? Could she be involved somehow? I stared at her, startled by the echo of Officer Reyes's question. Why would you think that? Beth hesitated. It's just the timing and the personal nature of it all. This person knows so much about you and Emma, about your lives. Rachel abandoned us 3 years ago, I reminded her. She hasn't tried to contact either of us since. Not a birthday card, not a Christmas call. Nothing. That doesn't mean she hasn't been watching, Beth said gently, or that she hasn't sent someone else to watch. The idea was disturbing. Rachel had left abruptly with little explanation beyond a note saying she needed to find herself and couldn't be a wife and mother anymore. It had devastated Emma and me, but I'd never imagined she might be stalking us from a distance. Officer Reyes asked about her too, I admitted, but I can't see Rachel doing something like this. She wanted out of our lives. Why would she be trying to, what? Abduct Emma now? Beth shrugged. People change. Or maybe she regrets leaving. Or maybe she's not well. Have you ever tried to find out where she went? No. I'd been too hurt, too angry. I assumed she'd contact us if she wanted to. Might be worth looking into now, Beth suggested. If only to rule her out. I nodded, though the thought of diving into Rachel's disappearance after all this time was exhausting. One crisis at a time. For now, let's focus on keeping Emma safe, I said. I need to talk to her about these dreams she's been having. I think they might be connected to all this somehow. Beth raised an eyebrow. Dreams? I explained what Emma had told me in the car about the faceless figure who showed her things, who wanted her to go somewhere special. That's unsettling, Beth said slowly. Do you think she's being, hypnotized through her dreams? I don't know. It sounds crazy, but so does everything else that's happening. I sighed. I'm going to call Reyes again, see if they've found anything else on her tablet. Maybe there's some kind of suggestion happening through that Canvas Connect app. Before I could make the call, there was a commotion upstairs, raised voices, then the sound of something breaking. Beth and I both jumped to our feet and hurried toward the stairs. Emma? I called. Zoe? Everything okay up there? No response. We took the stairs two at a time. The door to Zoe's bedroom was ajar. I pushed it open to find both girls standing by the window. A lamp lay broken on the floor beside them. What happened? Beth demanded. Zoe turned, looking sheepish. Sorry, Mom. We were just looking out the window and I knocked over the lamp. What were you looking at? I asked, moving to the window myself. It overlooked the back of the property where Denswoods began, about 50 yards from the house. Nothing, Emma said quickly. Too quickly. I peered out, scanning the tree line. Was there a flicker of movement there, or just branches swaying in the breeze? Emma. I kept my voice calm. What did you see? She exchanged a glance with Zoe before answering. I thought I saw someone in the trees. But it was probably just an animal or something. My heart rate accelerated. What kind of someone? A man. I don't know, she said. Just a shape. It moved and then it was gone. Beth was already on her phone, calling Mike the deputy. I continued staring out the window, willing my eyes to penetrate the gathering shadows beneath the trees. The sun was starting to set, painting the woods in amber light. He's on his way, Beth said after ending her call. And he's bringing another deputy with him. They'll search the property. I nodded, not taking my eyes from the window. Girls, I want you to stay away from the windows for now. And stay upstairs until the deputies have checked things out. They nodded, both looking frightened now. It's probably nothing, I added, trying to sound reassuring. But let's be safe. Beth and I went back downstairs to wait for the deputies. I positioned myself by the front window, watching the driveway while she checked that all doors and windows were securely locked. I've been thinking about those dreams Emma mentioned, she said as she returned to the living room. You said the man on the phone asked about who visits her when she sleeps? Yeah, which is strange because I hadn't known about the dreams until after that call. So he knew something about Emma that you didn't, Beth mused. Something private. The implications were disturbing. How long had this person been watching Emma? Had they somehow been influencing her dreams? It seemed impossible, yet what other explanation was there? Headlights appeared at the end of the driveway. Beth checked through the peephole before opening the door to admit two uniformed deputies, Mike, whom I'd met on previous visits, and a younger man introduced as Deputy Nolan. After we explained the situation, they went to search the property, flashlights sweeping the growing darkness. Beth, Emma, Zoe, and I waited in the living room, the atmosphere tense despite Beth's attempts at normal conversation. The deputies returned about 20 minutes later, looking grim. We found footprints in the soft ground behind the tree line, Mike reported. Fresh ones. Someone's definitely been out there. My stomach dropped. Just now. Hard to say exactly when, but recent. Today or yesterday. We followed them as far as we could, but they eventually hit rocky ground where we couldn't track them anymore. What does this mean? Beth asked, her earlier confidence visibly shaken. It means we're going to set up a patrol, Mike said firmly. I'll have a car drive by every hour through the night. And I'd recommend you all stay inside, doors locked, until we know more. After they left, promising to return if anything else happened, we tried to carry on with a normal evening. Beth served the lasagna, which was delicious but which none of us had much appetite for. The girls picked at their food silently. Hey, I said, trying to lighten the mood. How about a movie night? Zoe, you still have that collection of Disney films? She nodded, a hint of a smile appearing. Yeah. Emma hasn't seen the new one yet. Perfect, Beth declared with forced enthusiasm. Movie night it is. I'll make popcorn. The normalcy of sitting on the couch watching an animated film was comforting, even if none of us were fully engaged with the story. Emma leaned against me, something she hadn't done in a while, and I put my arm around her shoulders. For a moment, I could almost pretend we were just having a regular visit with family, not hiding from a dangerous stalker. But reality intruded when my prepaid phone rang just as the movie was ending. It was Officer Reyes. "Mr. Cassidy, I hope I'm not calling too late." "Not at all," I said, moving to the kitchen for privacy. "Have you found something?" "Yes, and it's unexpected." He sounded troubled. "Our tech team has been analyzing your daughter's tablet. The Canvas Connect app was definitely installed remotely, as I mentioned. But there's more. Someone has been accessing the tablet's camera and microphone periodically over the past few months." I felt sick. "You mean someone's been watching her? Listening to her?" "It appears so. The spyware is sophisticated, activates only when certain conditions are met, likely to avoid detection." "What conditions?" "We're still determining that. But it seems to be mainly at night when the tablet is charging and the room is dark. There's a signal that gets sent to an external server which then initiates the monitoring. Night, when Emma was asleep, when she was having those strange dreams. Is it possible," I asked slowly, "for someone to influence a person through sounds or images while they're sleeping? Like a kind of hypnosis?" There was a pause. "I'm not qualified to answer that from a psychological perspective. But technically speaking, yes, it's possible to deliver audio or visual content to a device without the user being consciously aware of it, especially if they're asleep." The implications were horrifying. Had this person been gradually conditioning Emma through her tablet, night after night, planting suggestions in her subconscious mind? "There's something else," Reyes continued. "We've been looking into the ownership of the Canvas Connect app. It's a subsidiary of a larger tech company called NeuroSync Technologies. Never heard of them. Most people haven't. They're not consumer-facing. They develop software for research institutions, mostly in the field of neuroscience. Sleep studies, brain mapping, that sort of thing." A chill ran through me. "And what does that have to do with a children's art app?" "That's what we're trying to determine. But we did find one connection that might interest you." He paused. "One of NeuroSync's senior researchers is a Dr. Rachel Cassidy." The floor seemed to drop from beneath me. "What? Your ex-wife, I presume?" I couldn't speak for a moment, my thoughts in chaos. Rachel worked for the company behind the app that had been used to spy on Emma? It couldn't be coincidence. "Mr. Cassidy? Are you still there?" "Yes, I managed. I'm just processing. Rachel is involved in this. We don't know that for certain yet, but we're investigating the connection. In the meantime, I wanted to warn you, if your ex-wife is involved, she may have shared information about you with others, including where you might go if you felt threatened. Like Beth's house." The realization hit me like a physical blow. "I understand," I said, my voice hollow. "Thank you for letting me know." After ending the call, I stood motionless in the kitchen, trying to make sense of it all. Rachel. After 3 years of silence, to learn she might be behind this nightmare, it was almost incomprehensible. "James?" Beth's voice came from the doorway. "Who was that?" I turned to face her, not bothering to hide my distress. "The police. They think Rachel might be involved somehow." I explained what Reyes had told me, watching Beth's expression shift from shock to anger. "That bitch," she said when I finished. I always knew there was something wrong with her. "But this is insane. I can't wrap my head around it," I admitted. "Why would she do this? What could she possibly gain?" "Emma," Beth said simply. "She wants Emma back. But she knows she'd never get custody through legal channels, not after abandoning her child for 3 years." It made a terrible kind of sense, but it didn't explain everything. "Then who's the man? The one who broke into our house, who's been following us?" Beth shrugged. "Someone she hired? A colleague? A new boyfriend? Does it matter?" "I guess not." I ran a hand through my hair, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. "The point is, they know we're here. And if Rachel is behind this, she knows this house. She's been here before. So we leave," Beth said decisively. "First thing in the morning. I have a friend with a cabin up north. No one would think to look for you there." It felt like we were running again, just when I'd thought we'd found safety. But what choice did we have? "Okay," I agreed. "We'll leave at dawn." We didn't tell the girls about the change of plans yet, not wanting to frighten them further. After they went to bed, Emma on a trundle bed in Zoe's room, Beth and I sat in the living room, keeping vigil. "Try to get some sleep," she told me around midnight. "I'll take first watch. I've got the shotgun, and Mike said the patrols will continue all night." I was too exhausted to argue. I stretched out on the couch, not bothering to change into pajamas or move to the guest room. "Wake me in a few hours," I mumbled as sleep began to claim me. "We'll take shifts." "Will do," she promised. I drifted off almost immediately, descending into a heavy, dreamless sleep. When I woke, the living room was dark and silent. I blinked, disoriented, wondering what had woken me. A sound. Soft, rhythmic. Breathing? I sat up slowly, straining my eyes in the darkness. Beth was no longer in the armchair where she'd been when I fell asleep. The shotgun leaned against the wall nearby, untouched. "Beth?" I whispered. No answer. I checked my watch, 3:17 a.m. Had she gone to bed after all? It didn't seem like Beth to abandon her post, but maybe she'd gotten tired. I stood, moving quietly through the dark house toward the kitchen, where a dim light was visible under the door. As I approached, I heard voices, hushed, urgent. "Can't do this," Beth was saying. "It's wrong. We don't have a choice anymore." A man's voice. Familiar, though I couldn't immediately place it. "It's gone too far. We need to end it tonight." I froze, heart pounding. Who was Beth talking to? And why did his voice sound so familiar? I edged closer to the door, careful to avoid the squeaky floorboard I knew was there. "He'll never forgive us," Beth was saying. "You know that. He doesn't need to forgive us. He just needs to forget." The man's voice clicked into place suddenly. Officer Reyes. What was he doing here? And what was Beth doing talking to him in the middle of the night? "The girls are upstairs?" Reyes asked. "Yes, asleep. And you're sure about the dosage? It won't harm them." "I'm sure. Just enough to keep them under until morning." Ice ran through my veins. They had drugged the girls? Why? I heard movement inside the kitchen. A chair scraping, footsteps. They were coming toward the door. I retreated silently to the living room, heart hammering so loudly I was sure they would hear it. I grabbed the shotgun from where it leaned against the wall, checking quickly to confirm it was loaded. The kitchen door opened, spilling a wedge of light into the hallway. I pressed myself against the wall, out of sight. "I'll get James," Beth was saying. "You wait here. Be careful," Reyes cautioned. "If he wakes up, he won't. Trust me." Their words confirmed my worst fears. Beth was working with them, with whoever was behind this, with Rachel, my own sister. The betrayal was like a physical pain. I heard Beth's footsteps approaching the living room and made a split-second decision. I couldn't confront them now, not when I was outnumbered and the girls were vulnerable upstairs. I needed to get to Emma first. Silently, I moved to the stairs and began to ascend, keeping the shotgun close. Behind me, I heard Beth enter the living room and her sharp intake of breath when she found the couch empty. "James?" she called softly, then with more urgency, "James?" I quickened my pace, reaching the top of the stairs as I heard her hurried footsteps returning to the kitchen. "He's gone," I heard her say. "Check upstairs." I slipped into Zoe's bedroom as quietly as I could, shutting the door softly behind me. The room was dark except for a night light shaped like a crescent moon, casting just enough glow to make out the two small forms on the beds. "Emma," I whispered, moving to the trundle bed where my daughter lay. "Emma, wake up." She didn't stir. I touched her shoulder, gave it a gentle shake. Nothing, just enough to keep them under until morning. Beth's words echoed in my mind. Heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs. Reyes coming to find me. I had seconds, not minutes. No time to try and wake Emma if she'd been drugged. I would have to carry her. Setting the shotgun aside momentarily, I gathered Emma in my arms, blanket and all. She was limp, her breathing deep and even. My chest tightened with fear and rage. What had they given her? What did they plan to do with us? The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. A flashlight beam swept under the door, accompanied by the metallic click of what could only be a gun being readied. There was no way out through the door. I looked frantically around the room, searching for an alternative. The window. We were on the second floor, but there was a sloped section of roof just outside that might allow us to reach the porch below. I shifted Emma's weight to one arm and unlocked the window with the other, sliding it open as silently as possible. Cold night air rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The doorknob turned. I grabbed the shotgun and climbed awkwardly onto the windowsill. Emma cradled against my chest. The door began to open just as I eased us out onto the roof. "He's got the girl," Reyes shouted from inside. "East side of the house." I didn't wait to hear more. Balancing carefully on the slick shingles, I made my way toward the edge of the roof where it extended over the porch. The drop was still substantial, maybe 10 feet, but it was our only option. Flashlight beams swept the yard below as I reached the edge. I could hear Beth's voice now too, calling orders to someone else. How many of them were there? "Hold on, Emma," I murmured, though she couldn't hear me. "This is going to be rough." I sat on the edge of the roof, legs dangling, and slid off, trying to absorb as much of the impact as possible with my legs while keeping Emma secure. We hit the porch roof hard. Pain shot up from my ankle, but I pushed through it, scrambling to the edge of the porch and lowering us to the ground. "There!" someone shouted. A flashlight beam found us, momentarily blinding me. I ran, ignoring the pain in my ankle, into the cover of the trees. Emma was a dead weight in my arms, her head lolling against my shoulder. The shotgun banged awkwardly against my side as I moved, but I couldn't risk leaving it behind. Behind us, I could hear them organizing a search, voices calling back and forth. Flashlight beams crisscrossed the yard, probing into the darkness of the woods. I needed a destination, a plan. We couldn't just run blindly into the forest in the middle of the night. I tried to recall the layout of Beth's property from previous visits. There was a small storage shed about a quarter-mile into the trees, used for keeping gardening equipment and the riding mower. It wasn't much, but it might provide temporary shelter while I figured out our next move. Moving as quietly as possible while still maintaining distance from our pursuers, I headed in what I hoped was the right direction. The ground was uneven, roots and fallen branches threatening to trip me at every step. The woods seemed to grow denser, the darkness more complete. Emma stirred in my arms, mumbling something incoherent. Was the sedative wearing off? I hoped so, but it also complicated things. A groggy, disoriented child would be harder to move quickly. After what seemed like an eternity but was probably only 10 minutes, I spotted a dark shape ahead, the shed. I adjusted course toward it, relief momentarily overriding fear. The door was secured with a simple padlock, which I knew from previous visits was mostly for show. Beth kept the key on a nail beside the door frame. My hands shook as I set Emma down gently against the wall of the shed, propped the shotgun beside her, and felt along the rough wood for the nail. The key was there, right where it was supposed to be. Small mercies. I unlocked the padlock and eased the door open, wincing at the creak of rusty hinges. The interior was pitch black and smelled of oil and grass clippings. I gathered Emma up again and carried her inside, closing the door behind us. For a moment, I just stood there in the darkness, catching my breath, listening. The sounds of pursuit seemed more distant now, but they were still out there, searching. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, before remembering I'd left it charging on Beth's kitchen counter. The prepaid phone was in my jacket, which was still hanging by the front door of the house. Stupid, I muttered to myself. No phone, no way to call for help. We were on our own. I lowered Emma onto what felt like a tarp-covered lawnmower and began exploring the shed by touch. There had to be something useful, a flashlight, a radio, anything. My fingers closed around what felt like a lantern. I found the switch and clicked it on, keeping my hand over the lens to mute the sudden glow until I could turn it to its lowest setting. The dim light revealed a cluttered but organized space. Garden tools hung on one wall, shelves lined another with neatly labeled bins. The riding mower occupied one corner, where I'd set Emma. She was still unconscious, but her breathing seemed regular, her color normal. Whatever they'd given her didn't appear to be harming her physically, at least. I resumed my search, looking for anything that might help us escape or defend ourselves. On a workbench along the back wall, I found a set of keys hanging from a hook, Beth's spare car keys. A plan began to form. Beth's SUV was parked in the detached garage on the other side of the house, away from where the search was concentrated. If I could reach it, but I couldn't leave Emma alone, and I couldn't carry her across open ground without being spotted. I needed her to wake up. I knelt beside her, gently patting her cheeks. Emma, honey, I need you to wake up." She stirred slightly, eyelids fluttering. "That's it, sweetheart. Come on back." Her eyes opened halfway, unfocused. "Dad." Her voice was slurred, confused. I'm here. You're safe. The lie stuck in my throat. We were far from safe. I need you to try and wake up a little more. Okay? We have to move. Where are we? She tried to sit up, then fell back, disoriented. In the storage shed on Beth's property. I hesitated, unsure how much to tell her. There are some bad people after us. We need to get to Beth's car and drive away. Bad people? She struggled to process this through the fog of whatever sedative was in her system. Where's Aunt Beth? My heart clenched. How could I tell her that her beloved aunt was part of this, had drugged her own daughter and niece? She's back at the house, I said carefully. Emma, listen to me. This is very important. We need to be very quiet and move very quickly when I tell you to. Can you do that? She nodded slowly, still obviously groggy but making an effort to focus. I think so. Good girl. We're going to rest here for a few more minutes, let you wake up a bit more. Then we're going to run to the garage and get in Beth's car. What about Zoe? Emma asked. Another stab of guilt? We were leaving her cousin behind, drugged and vulnerable. But what choice did I have? I couldn't carry both girls, and Zoe's own mother was involved in this plot. Surely Beth wouldn't let any harm come to her daughter, whatever else she was mixed up in. Zoe will be okay, I assured Emma, hoping it was true. Her mom is with her. Emma seemed to accept this, her eyes drifting closed again. Stay with me, Emma, I urged, giving her shoulder a gentle shake. Try to stay awake. She nodded, fighting to keep her eyes open. I'm trying, Dad. I moved to the shed door and cracked it open slightly, peering out. The woods were filled with moving lights now, methodical, searching. They were spreading out from the house in a grid pattern. It wouldn't be long before they reached the shed. We needed to move soon. The garage was on the opposite side of the house from most of the search activity. If we circled wide through the woods, then made a dash across the driveway to the garage, we might make it. I returned to Emma and helped her sit up. How are you feeling? Can you walk? She swung her legs down from the mower, testing her balance. I think so. I'm just really sleepy. I know, but you need to push through it. This is really important. She nodded, her expression growing more alert. Whatever they'd given her seemed to be wearing off faster than Beth had anticipated. Small blessings. I gathered up the car keys and the shotgun, then turned off the lantern. We needed to let our eyes readjust to the darkness before venturing out. Here's the plan, I whispered. We're going to stay in the trees, circling around to the front of the property. When we reach the driveway, we'll make a quick run to the garage. The car keys have a remote starter. I'll use it when we're close, then we'll get in and drive away as fast as possible. If anyone tries to stop us, you get down on the floor of the car and stay there. Understand? Yes, Emma whispered back, her voice small but determined. Good. Now you need to hold my hand the whole time and stay absolutely silent. If you feel too dizzy or can't keep up, squeeze my hand twice and I'll carry you. Okay. She nodded again. Let's go. We slipped out of the shed into the cool night air. The moon had risen, casting faint silver light through the branches overhead. It provided just enough illumination to navigate by without using the lantern, which would have given away our position instantly. We moved slowly at first, Emma unsteady on her feet. But with each step, she seemed to grow more coordinated, the effects of the sedative continuing to fade. The sounds of the search seemed to be moving away from us toward the far side of the property. They must have assumed we'd head for the road, which lay in that direction. We circled wide through the trees, always keeping the house in sight but maintaining the cover of the forest. After about 15 minutes of careful movement, we reached the edge of the woods where they met the front yard. The garage stood about 30 yards away across open ground, a detached structure with white siding that matched the house. I crouched down, pulling Emma close beside me. See the garage? That's where we're going. We'll cross the driveway together, fast as we can. Ready? She nodded, her hand gripping mine tightly. On 3. 1, 2, 3. We broke from the cover of the trees, sprinting across the open ground. Emma's shorter legs struggled to keep pace, but she pushed herself admirably, powered by fear and adrenaline. We were halfway to the garage when a shout went up from the direction of the house. There, by the garage, a flashlight beam cut through the darkness, finding us. I scooped Emma up without breaking stride and ran the rest of the way, her arms clutched around my neck. The garage door was closed, but there was a side entrance. I fumbled with the keys, finding the one for the garage by feel alone. The lock turned and we were inside. I set Emma down and located Beth's SUV in the dimness. Pressing the key fob, I unlocked it and opened the back door. Get in and lie down on the floor, I told Emma. Don't get up until I say it's safe. She climbed in without question, curling up on the floor behind the driver's seat as instructed. I closed her door and moved to the driver's side, sliding in and starting the engine. The garage door opener was clipped to the sun visor. I pressed it and the large door began to rise with an agonizing slowness. Outside, I could see flashlight beams converging on the garage. The door was only halfway up when a figure appeared in the opening. Officer Reyes, gun drawn. "Stop the car, Cassidy," he shouted. "It's over." I shifted into reverse, aiming for the gap that was now just large enough for the SUV to clear. Reyes had to jump aside as I floored it, the vehicle lurching backward with a squeal of tires. We shot out of the garage into the driveway. I twisted in my seat to see where I was going, narrowly avoiding Beth's flower beds as I executed a quick three-point turn. Now facing the long driveway that led to the road, I shifted to drive and accelerated hard. A loud bang startled me, a gunshot. They were firing at us. "Stay down, Emma," I shouted, pushing the SUV to its limits. The driveway was gravel, the tires kicking up stones as we sped toward the gate. Another shot rang out and I heard the back window shatter. Glass rained down, but Emma remained silent and out of sight on the floor, exactly as I'd instructed. The gate loomed ahead, a decorative iron affair that was usually left open but was now closed. I didn't slow down. The SUV crashed through it with a jarring impact, metal screeching against metal, but we were through and onto the county road beyond. I checked the rearview mirror. Headlights appeared at the top of the driveway. They were pursuing in vehicles now. But Beth's SUV was powerful, built for these rural roads. If I could maintain our lead until we reached the highway. "Are you okay back there, Emma?" I called. "Yes," came her small voice from the floor. "Can I get up now?" "Not yet. Stay down until we're sure we've lost them." I pressed the accelerator to the floor, taking the winding road at dangerous speeds. The headlights behind us grew smaller, then disappeared around a bend. But I didn't slow down. They knew these roads as well as I did, maybe better. "Where are we going, Dad?" Emma asked after a few minutes. It was a good question. I hadn't thought beyond escape. We couldn't go home. They'd look for us there first. We had no friends close enough to reach tonight. And I didn't trust the local police anymore, not after Reyes's betrayal. "I'm not sure yet," I admitted. "First, we need to get some distance, find somewhere to regroup." After about 15 minutes of driving, I was confident we'd lost our immediate pursuers. But they would alert other law enforcement, set up roadblocks perhaps. We needed to get off these main roads. I turned onto a smaller side road, then another, moving deeper into the rural countryside. The SUV had a full tank of gas, which gave us plenty of range, but we couldn't drive forever. "You can sit up now, Emma," I said, glancing in the rearview mirror. "But stay low in the seat." She climbed up onto the bench seat, her face pale in the dashboard light. "Dad, what's happening? Who were those people? Why did they shoot at us?" I took a deep breath, trying to decide how much to tell her. She deserved the truth, or at least as much of it as I understood myself. I think your mother might be involved in all this," I said finally. Her eyes widened. "Mom? But she's been gone for years." "I know, but the police found a connection between her and the app that was installed on your tablet. She works for the company that made it." Emma was silent for a long moment, processing this. "But why would Mom want to hurt us?" "I don't think she wants to hurt you," I said carefully. "I think she wants to take you away, to have you back. And Aunt Beth is helping her?" The betrayal in her voice broke my heart. "It seems that way. I don't understand it either, Emma." "What about my dreams?" she asked suddenly. "The weird ones I told you about. Was that Mom too?" "Maybe. The police found that someone had been accessing your tablet at night. They might have been." I struggled to find words that wouldn't terrify her further. "They might have been trying to influence you somehow, through sounds or images while you were sleeping." Emma shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. "That's really creepy, Dad." "I know, sweetheart. I'm so sorry about all of this." We drove in silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. I kept checking the mirrors, alert for any sign of pursuit, but the rural back roads remained empty. Eventually, Emma spoke again. "I remember something. From the dreams." I glanced at her. "What is it?" There was a place the voice wanted me to go. A special place where we'd be together. It showed me pictures of it sometimes. "What kind of place?" I asked, a chill running through me. "A house. By a lake. With a red door and blue shutters." She frowned, concentrating. "And a big tree in the yard with a swing." My blood ran cold. I knew exactly the place she was describing. Rachel's grandparents' vacation home in northern Michigan. We'd spent a summer there early in our marriage, before Emma was born. Rachel had talked about inheriting it someday, renovating it. "Dad?" Emma's voice pulled me back from my memories. Do you know the place? Yes, I said after a moment. It belongs to your mother's family. Or it used to anyway. Is that where they want to take me? I think it might be. Emma was quiet again, then asked in a small voice, "What do they want with me, Dad? Why go through all this?" I wished I had a clear answer for her. I'm not sure, but we're not going to let them take you, whatever the reason. The dashboard clock read 4:37 a.m. Dawn wasn't far off. We needed to find somewhere to stop, to rest, and plan our next move. I spotted a sign for a state park campground a few miles ahead. This time of year, it would be mostly empty. We could park somewhere secluded, catch a few hours of sleep, and decide what to do in the daylight. The entrance to the campground was unmanned with a self-registration booth that we ignored. I drove slowly through the deserted camping area until I found a spot tucked behind some trees, well off the main loop. We'll rest here for a little while, I told Emma, killing the engine. Try to get some sleep if you can. What about you? I'll keep watch for a bit. She reclined her seat and curled up facing me, eyes wide in the growing pre-dawn light. Dad? Do you think Mom is crazy now? The question startled me, though I'd been wondering the same thing. I don't know, Emma. People do strange things sometimes, especially when they're hurt or desperate. But all of this, it does seem extreme. I used to wish she'd come back, Emma admitted softly. When I was little, I'd imagine her just showing up one day, saying she made a mistake and wanted to be my mom again. My heart ached for her. That's a natural thing to wish for. But not like this, she said, her voice suddenly fierce. Not if she's going to hurt you, or trick me, or whatever this is. No, I agreed. Not like this. Emma eventually drifted off to sleep again, exhaustion overcoming fear. I remained awake, alert for any sign of danger, though the campground remained silent and still. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through the trees, I took stock of our situation. We had Beth's SUV, which wouldn't be hard for the police to spot or track. We had the clothes on our backs and nothing else, no phones, no money, no supplies. And we had an unknown number of people looking for us, potentially including law enforcement. We needed help, but I didn't know who I could trust. Most of my friends knew Beth, and I couldn't be sure who else might be involved in this conspiracy. Rachel had had 3 years to plan, to recruit allies. I thought of Dr. Lynn, Emma's pediatrician since birth. She'd always been direct and trustworthy, and as far as I knew, had no connection to Beth or Rachel beyond professional courtesies. Her office was about an hour from here, in the direction of home. It was a risk, but every option involved risk now. At least Dr. Lin would have medical expertise if Emma showed any delayed effects from whatever they drugged her with. Decision made, I gently woke Emma. Time to go, sweetheart. She blinked awake, disoriented for a moment before memory returned. Where are we going? To see Dr. Lin. I think she can help us. Emma nodded, trusting my judgment. She sat up and fastened her seatbelt as I started the engine. We took a different route out of the campground than we'd entered, just in case someone had followed us here during the night. The morning was misty, the roads empty except for the occasional delivery truck or early commuter. I kept to back roads, avoiding the highway. It would take longer, but decrease our chances of being spotted. Emma dozed beside me, her head against the window, occasionally startling awake at a bump or turn. About halfway to Dr. Lin's office, I stopped at a small gas station to refuel. I was counting on the early hour and rural location to minimize the risk of being recognized. Wait in the car, I told Emma. I'll be quick. I paid cash for the gas. Fortunately, I'd had my wallet in my pocket when we fled Beth's house and added a couple of bottles of water and some granola bars. As I was returning to the SUV, I noticed a newspaper vending machine by the door. The headline caught my eye, "Local researcher pioneers dream study technology." Below it was a photo of Rachel. I fumbled for quarters, hands shaking slightly, and bought a copy. Returning to the car, I handed Emma the water and snacks, then unfolded the paper while pretending to check a map. The article was from 3 days ago, describing a breakthrough in dream state communication developed by Dr. Rachel Cassidy and her team at Neurosync Technologies. According to the piece, they had successfully demonstrated the ability to plant suggestions during REM sleep that influenced waking behavior. The potential applications, the article gushed, ranged from treating PTSD and phobias to enhancing learning and memory. The research was being hailed as a major advance in neuroscience. But what caught my attention most was a quote from Rachel herself. "We're particularly excited about the possibilities for parent-child relationships. Imagine being able to communicate important safety information or values to your child while they sleep, reinforcing the lessons you teach during waking hours." The implications were chilling. Rachel hadn't been trying to merely influence Emma's dreams, she'd been testing her technology on her own daughter, using her as an unwitting research subject. I folded the paper and stashed it under the seat before Emma could see it. She didn't need to know the full extent of her mother's betrayal. Not yet. Back on the road, I tried to make sense of it all. If Rachel had developed this technology, what was her ultimate goal with Emma? Simple reconciliation? Or something more sinister, using her own child as a test case for her research? And how had she recruited Beth? What possible incentive could my sister have had to betray us like this? We reached Dr. Lynn's office just as it opened at 8 a.m. The parking lot was nearly empty, which suited me fine. I pulled into a space near the rear entrance. "Let me go in first," I told Emma. "Make sure it's safe." She nodded, clutching her water bottle with both hands. "Don't be long, okay? Promise." I entered through the back door, which I knew led directly to the private offices rather than the main waiting room. The receptionist hadn't arrived yet, but I spotted Dr. Lynn in her office, reviewing charts with her first coffee of the day. She looked up, startled, when I knocked on her open door. "James? What are you?" She broke off, taking in my disheveled appearance and tense expression. "What's wrong? Is Emma okay?" "She needs your help," I said simply. "We both do, but I need to know I can trust you first." Dr. Lynn set down her coffee, her expression grave. "Of course you can trust me. What's happened?" I gave her the condensed version: someone stalking Emma, the break-in, discovering Rachel's involvement, Beth's betrayal, our flight from her house. I left out the dream manipulation technology for now, not sure how credible it would sound. Dr. Lynn listened without interrupting, her face growing increasingly concerned. When I'd finished, she stood up immediately. "Where's Emma now?" "In the car. They drugged her last night, some kind of sedative. She seems okay, but I'd feel better if you checked her over." "Bring her in through this door," Dr. Lynn instructed. "I'll clear my morning schedule." I retrieved Emma from the car, and Dr. Lynn immediately ushered us into an exam room at the back of the clinic, away from the waiting area that would soon be filling with patients. While she checked Emma over, taking vital signs and asking gentle questions about how she was feeling, I kept watch at the window. The parking lot continued to fill with normal morning patients. No suspicious vehicles or figures. "Her vital signs are normal," Dr. Lynn reported after the examination. "Whatever they gave her seems to be out of her system." "Emma, do you feel dizzy or confused at all?" Emma shook her head. "Just tired and scared." Dr. Lynn squeezed her hand reassuringly. "That's completely understandable, but you're safe here for now." She turned to me. "I think we should contact the FBI. This crosses state lines and involves potential kidnapping. That puts it in their jurisdiction, not local law enforcement." I hadn't thought of that option. If Reyes was corrupt, how many other local officers might be as well? But the FBI would have no connection to Rachel or Beth. "Can you make the call?" I asked. "I don't have a phone, and I don't want to use the office line where someone might overhear." Dr. Lynn nodded. "I'll use my cell and step into my private office. If anyone besides me tries to come in here, there's a door to the storage room through there." She pointed to a door at the back of the exam room. "It leads to an exit to the parking lot." After she left, Emma and I sat in tense silence for several minutes. She looked so small on the exam table, legs dangling, shoulders hunched. "Dad," she said finally, "if Mom is doing this, does that mean she still loves me? In a weird, messed up way." The question caught me off guard. How could I possibly answer that? "I think," I said carefully, "that your mother has some very complicated feelings, and I think she might have convinced herself that what she's doing is somehow for your benefit. But love isn't about control or manipulation. It's about wanting what's best for someone, even when that's hard. Like you letting me fall off my bike a bunch of times when I was learning to ride?" Despite everything, I smiled. "Something like that, yes." Dr. Lynn returned, her expression grim but determined. "I have a friend at the Detroit field office. She's sending agents right away, and they've already started investigating neurosync technologies based on what I told her." Relief washed over me. "Thank you. They want you to wait here. It's secure, and I can keep anyone unexpected from getting to you." She hesitated. "There's something else you should know. I asked them to check on your house, just to be safe. There was a break-in there overnight. Nothing seems to be missing, but they were looking for us, I finished for her. She nodded. Very likely. The local police are investigating, but given what you've told me, we can't trust them. I agreed. The FBI will be here within an hour, Dr. Lin assured us. In the meantime, you both should try to rest. There's a cot in my office if you want to lie down, Emma. Emma shook her head. I want to stay with Dad. Of course. I'll bring some pillows and blankets in here, then, and some proper food. You both look like you haven't eaten in days. After she left again, Emma asked, Do you think the FBI will catch Mom? I put my arm around her shoulders. I think they'll sort this all out and make sure we're safe. That's what matters most right now. She leaned against me, eyes heavy with fatigue despite her anxiety. I keep thinking about Zoe. Do you think she's okay? I've been wondering the same thing. Whatever Beth's involvement in this scheme, I couldn't believe she'd allow her daughter to be harmed. I'm sure she is, I said. Your aunt. Whatever else she's done, she loves Zoe. Emma was quiet for a moment, then said, I used to think she loved us too. There was nothing I could say to that. I just held her closer as we waited for help to arrive. Dr. Lin returned with food, blankets, and updates approximately every 20 minutes. The FBI agents were en route. Neurosync Technologies was being investigated. Local law enforcement had been notified of corruption concerns within their ranks. It was nearly 10 a.m. when she came in looking more agitated than before. There's a woman in the waiting room asking for you, James. She kept her voice low. She says she's your ex-wife. My blood ran cold. Rachel is here? How did she find us? I don't know. She's alone as far as I can tell. She's saying it's all a misunderstanding. That she can explain everything. Emma's hand clutched mine. Dad, I don't want to see her. You don't have to, I assured her. You'll stay right here with Dr. Lin. I'll handle this. James, the FBI will be here any minute, Dr. Lin cautioned. You don't need to confront her, but I did. After everything that had happened, I needed answers. And I needed Rachel to know she couldn't manipulate or terrorize us anymore. Keep Emma safe, I said to Dr. Lin. Lock this door behind me. I moved down the hallway toward the waiting room, steeling myself for the confrontation. It had been 3 years since I'd seen Rachel. What would she look like now? What could she possibly say to justify what she'd done? The waiting room was crowded with mourning patients, but I spotted her immediately. She sat in a corner chair, her back to the wall, scanning the room constantly. Her hair was shorter than I remembered, streaked with premature gray. She looked thinner, her face more angular. When she saw me, she stood, her expression a complex mix of emotions I couldn't begin to untangle. James, she said, her voice exactly as I remembered it. Thank you for seeing me. What are you doing here, Rachel? I kept my voice low, aware of the other patients watching curiously. I need to explain. She glanced around. Is there somewhere more private we can talk? No. Say what you came to say, then leave. The FBI is on their way. Her face paled. I know. That's why I need to talk to you now, before they arrive with their assumptions and accusations. Their assumptions? I nearly laughed. Rachel, you've been stalking our daughter, breaking into our home, having her drugged. What possible explanation could justify that? It's not what you think. She took a step toward me, and I instinctively backed away. James, please. I'm trying to protect Emma. Protect her from what? My voice rose despite my efforts to stay calm. A few patients looked up from their magazines. From them, from what they're really doing with my research. Her eyes darted around the room again, almost feverishly. I made a mistake. I trusted the wrong people. And when I tried to back out, they threatened Emma. I stared at her, trying to make sense of her words. What are you talking about? Who threatened Emma? Neurosync. My partner's there. She lowered her voice, leaning in. They're not using the technology for therapy or education. That's just the public story. They're developing it as a weapon. Mind control, James. And they've been testing it on children, including Emma. The newspaper article flashed in my mind. You're the one who developed the technology. You're the one who's been accessing Emma's tablet at night. She shook her head vehemently. No, you don't understand. First, yes, I was conducting legitimate research. Sleep learning, dream enhancement. But then I discovered what was happening to my data, how it was being weaponized. When I tried to shut it down, to take my research and leave, they threatened me. Said they'd take Emma if I didn't cooperate. So instead you tried to take her yourself? I kept my voice low, but couldn't hide my anger. You broke into our home. You terrified her. That wasn't me, Rachel insisted. It was them trying to get to her before I could warn you. The man who broke in, he works for Neurosync. They've been conditioning Emma for months, using my research but corrupting it. I've been trying to disrupt their signal, to insert my own warnings into her dreams, to prepare her. My head was spinning. Was any of this true, or just another manipulation? And Beth? Is she working for Neurosync too? Rachel's face fell. Beth. They got to her somehow. Threatened Zoe, maybe. Or paid her. I don't know. I've been watching your house, trying to find a way to talk to you, to warn you. But they were always there, monitoring. Then, when you fled to Beth's, you knew we'd go there. It was the logical place. She glanced nervously at the clinic door. James, we don't have much time. They'll be here soon. I need to see Emma. No, I said immediately. Not a chance. Please, she begged. Just for a minute. I can help her. I can reverse what they've done to her mind. I studied her face, looking for signs of deception. After 3 years of silence, could I believe anything she said? If what you're saying is true, why didn't you just call me? Email me? Why the elaborate stalking campaign? They're monitoring all your communications. They have been for months. Any direct contact would have put you in immediate danger. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small device about the size of a USB drive. This will neutralize the programming they've implanted in Emma's subconscious. One application and she'll be free of their influence. I stared at the device skeptically. And I'm supposed to just trust you with this? After everything that's happened? James, she said, her voice breaking, I know I have no right to ask for your trust. I abandoned you both. It's the greatest regret of my life. But right now, Emma's safety is all that matters. Whatever you think of me, whatever punishment I deserve, please don't let her suffer for my mistakes. There was something in her eyes, a desperation, a sincerity that made me hesitate. What if she was telling the truth? What if there was a larger conspiracy at play here? Before I could decide, the clinic door opened and 2 men in suits entered. One immediately raised a badge. FBI. I'm Agent Mercer. This is Agent Dawson. James Cassidy. Rachel's face drained of color. James, please, she whispered urgently. That's not the FBI. Those are Neurosync operatives. The men approached us, expressions professionally neutral. Mr. Cassidy, we need to speak with you and your daughter. We understand you've been experiencing some concerning incidents. I looked from them to Rachel, caught in an impossible position. Who's telling the truth? My daughter is with her doctor right now, I said carefully. I'd like to see some additional identification. Agent Mercer, if that's who he really was, reached for his wallet again, but Rachel suddenly lunged forward, knocking into him and creating a distraction. Run, she shouted at me. Get Emma and run. The waiting room erupted in confusion. Patients stood up, backing away from the confrontation. The receptionist was on the phone, presumably calling security. I used the moment of chaos to dash back toward the hallway leading to the exam rooms. Behind me, I heard a scuffle, then Rachel's voice again, more desperate. James, the device. Take it. I looked back to see her toss the small device toward me. It skittered across the floor, stopping at my feet. Without thinking, I grabbed it and continued running. The exam room door was locked, as I'd asked Dr. Lin to do. I pounded on it. It's me. We need to leave now. Dr. Lin opened the door cautiously, then more fully when she saw it was me. What's happening? We heard shouting. No time to explain. Is there another way out of the building? She nodded, pointing to the storage room door she'd mentioned earlier. Through there, then left down the service corridor. It leads to the back parking lot. I turned to Emma, who was watching wide-eyed from the exam table. We have to go, sweetheart. Right now. She didn't hesitate, jumping down and grabbing her jacket. Dr. Lin handed me a set of keys. Take my car. It's the blue Honda by the dumpster. I'll try to stall them. Thank you, I said, my gratitude impossible to fully express. For everything. We slipped into the storage room just as heavy footsteps sounded in the hallway outside the exam room. Dr. Lin's voice drifted through the door. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you in there without a warrant. Doctor-patient confidentiality." I didn't hear the response as we moved quickly through the service corridor, emerging into the bright morning sunlight of the parking lot. Dr. Lin's blue Honda was exactly where she'd said it would be. "Get in," I told Emma, unlocking the doors with the remote. Quickly. As we pulled out of the parking lot, I caught a glimpse of motion at the clinic's back door. One of the men in suits had spotted us. He was shouting into what looked like a radio or phone. "Dad, what's going on?" Emma asked, her voice small and frightened. "Who were those men?" "I'm not sure," I admitted, navigating through side streets, trying to put distance between us and the clinic. "Your mother is there. She says." I hesitated, not wanting to overwhelm her with too much at once. "Mom is here." Emma's expression was a mixture of hope and dread. Did she explain why she's doing all this? I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to organize my thoughts. She claims she's not behind the stalking, that it's the company she works for, Neurosync, that they've been using her research to influence you somehow, through your dreams. Emma was silent for a long moment. "Do you believe her?" "I don't know what to believe anymore." I glanced at her. "But I'm not taking any chances with your safety." The device Rachel had tossed to me sat heavily in my pocket. If what she claimed was true, it could free Emma from whatever programming had been implanted in her mind. But if it was a lie, another manipulation, it could harm her further. "Where are we going now?" Emma asked, peering out the window as we continued to take random turns, making sure we weren't being followed. Another excellent question I didn't have a good answer to. We couldn't go home. We couldn't go to friends or family. The local police might be compromised. And now even the FBI or the people claiming to be FBI couldn't be trusted. "We need somewhere safe to regroup," I said. "Somewhere no one would think to look for us." A thought struck me, a possibility so unlikely it might actually work. My old college roommate, Carlos, owned a hunting cabin in the Upper Peninsula. He'd invited me to use it many times over the years, but I'd always declined, not being much of an outdoorsman. He'd given me the entry code once, joking that I should escape civilization sometime. Had I remembered it correctly? 12/17, his birthday, December 17th. The cabin was remote, off-grid, and as far as I knew, Rachel had never even met Carlos. It was a long shot, but it might be our best option. "We're going north," I decided, "to a place where no one will find us." Emma nodded, trusting me despite the fear and confusion she must have been feeling. Her resilience broke my heart and strengthened my resolve at the same time. As we merged onto the highway heading north, I kept checking the mirrors, alert for any sign of pursuit. The morning traffic was heavy enough to provide some cover, but also made it harder to spot anyone following us. "Emma," I said carefully, "I need to ask you something about those dreams you've been having. The ones with the faceless person." She tensed visibly but nodded. "Did the voice in your dreams ever mention a company called Neurosync? Or talk about research or experiments?" She frowned, concentrating. "I don't think so. Mostly they just showed me places. And told me stories." "What kind of stories?" "About a girl who was special. Who had special abilities that needed to be developed. Who needed to come to this special place to learn how to use them." She looked up at me. "I always thought it was just a weird dream. But I liked the stories. They made me feel important. The insidiousness of it made me sick. They've been playing on a child's natural desire to feel special, to have a purpose. To be chosen. Did the stories ever ask you to do anything specific? To go somewhere, or say something, or think certain thoughts?" Emma hesitated. "They wanted me to remember a code. A series of numbers and words. They said it was a key that would unlock my potential. I tried really hard to remember it when I was awake, but I always forgot most of it." "Do you remember any of it now?" I asked, my unease growing. "Just the beginning. Monarch butterfly, 12, rising sun. The rest gets fuzzy." A code phrase. A trigger, perhaps, for whatever conditioning they'd implanted. I thought of the device in my pocket. Could it really neutralize such programming? Or was it another trap? I decided not to use it yet. Not until I had more information, more certainty about what was really happening. For now, the priority was getting to the cabin safely and figuring out our next steps. We drove north for hours, stopping only for gas and restrooms at isolated rural stations where we were less likely to be noticed. I paid cash everywhere, avoiding security cameras when possible. Emma dozed intermittently, exhausted from our ordeal. As we crossed into the Upper Peninsula, the landscape changed, more rugged, more remote. Pine forests stretched endlessly on either side of the highway, broken occasionally by glimpses of Lake Superior's vast blue expanse. It was late afternoon when we finally reached the turnoff for Carlos's cabin, an unmarked dirt road that would have been easy to miss if I hadn't been watching for it. The SUV handled the rough terrain well, climbing through increasingly dense forest. The cabin appeared suddenly around a bend, a sturdy log structure nestled among towering pines, overlooking a small, secluded lake. It was more substantial than I'd expected, with a covered porch and what looked like solar panels on the south-facing roof. "Is this it?" Emma asked, peering through the windshield. "It looks nice." "I hope so," I said, pulling up next to the cabin. "I've never actually been here before." We approached the front door cautiously. A keypad lock was mounted beside it, just as Carlos had described years ago. I entered the code 1217 and held my breath. A small green light blinked and the lock clicked open. Relief washed over me as we stepped inside. The cabin was simple but comfortable, a main room with a stone fireplace, kitchenette, and living area, a bedroom visible through a door to the right, and a loft space overhead that looked like additional sleeping quarters. "It's like a fairy tale cottage," Emma said, some of the tension leaving her shoulders as she explored the space. "It is, isn't it?" I checked the kitchen cupboard's basic non-perishable supplies, just as Carlos had promised. We'd have enough to eat for a few days at least. Emma climbed the ladder to the loft and called down, "There's a cool bed up here. Can I sleep here tonight?" "Sure," I agreed, watching her momentary excitement with a mixture of relief and sadness. Despite everything, she was still a child capable of finding joy in small discoveries. I found the circuit breaker and switched on the power. The cabin had solar panels with battery backup, according to Carlos. The water came from a well with an electric pump, so we had that too. It was rustic, but had all the essentials. As dusk approached, I built a small fire in the fireplace, more for comfort than warmth. Emma helped me prepare a simple dinner of canned soup and crackers. The ordinariness of these tasks felt surreal after everything we'd been through. "Do you think Mom was telling the truth?" Emma asked suddenly as we sat eating our soup. "About trying to protect me?" I considered my answer carefully. "I think it's possible. But it's also possible she believes it's true even if it isn't." "You mean she might be crazy?" "Not necessarily crazy. Just convinced of something that isn't reality. People can convince themselves of all sorts of things when they're desperate or afraid." Emma nodded thoughtfully. "If she really wanted to protect me, why didn't she just stay with us? Why leave for 3 years and then come back like this?" It was the million-dollar question, one I'd asked myself countless times since Rachel had reappeared in our lives. "I don't know, sweetheart. People make choices that don't make sense sometimes, even to themselves." After dinner, exhaustion hit us both hard. Emma climbed back up to the loft, where I'd made up the bed with linens found in a cedar chest. I took the main bedroom downstairs, leaving both doors open so I could hear if anything happened during the night. Despite my fatigue, sleep eluded me. I lay awake, staring at the rough-hewn ceiling beams, my mind racing through everything that had happened. Rachel's words kept coming back to me, her claim that she'd been trying to warn Emma through her dreams, trying to disrupt whatever NeuroSync was doing. The device she'd given me sat on the nightstand, its purpose still unclear. Was it a tool for deprogramming, as she claimed? Or something more sinister? I must have drifted off eventually because I woke suddenly to a sound from above, movement in the loft where Emma slept. Soft footsteps, then the creak of the ladder. "Emma?" I called softly, sitting up. "Everything okay?" No response, but the footsteps continued, now on the main floor, moving toward the front door. I leapt from bed and hurried into the main room. In the dim light from the dying fire, I could see Emma standing by the door, her hand on the knob. "Emma, what are you doing?" She didn't respond or turn around. Her movements were fluid but somehow mechanical, like a sleepwalker's. "Emma," I said more sharply, approaching her. "Wake up." She turned toward me, but her eyes were open and unfocused, seeing something I couldn't see. "I have to go," she said, her voice flat and emotionless. "They're waiting for me." A chill ran through me. "Who's waiting for you, Emma?" "The special people. At the special place. It's time for me to join them." She turned back to the door, hands still on the knob. I moved quickly to block her path. "Emma, you're dreaming. You need to wake up." "Not dreaming," she said in that same empty voice. "Fulfilling my purpose." Then, to my horror, she began reciting, "Monarch Butterfly, 12, Rising Sun, Silver River, Quantum Leap, Awakening." The code phrase she'd mentioned earlier, the one she claimed she could never fully remember when awake. But now it was flowing from her lips as if she'd known it all her life. "Emma, stop," I pleaded, grasping her shoulders gently. "This isn't you talking. Someone is controlling you." She continued the recitation, staring through me. "Neural pathway, celestial gate, final transformation. Command sequence initiated." Her face changed, a subtle shift in expression. Her posture straightened, became more rigid. When she spoke again, her voice was still flat but somehow more purposeful. Subject: Emma Cassidy activated. Neural imprinting complete. Primary directive: proceed to extraction point for retrieval. My blood ran cold. This was it, the programming Rachel had warned about. The conditioning they'd been implanting in Emma's mind for months through her tablet. Now triggered, somehow, despite our remote location and the absence of any electronic devices in her room. "Emma, listen to me," I said, keeping my voice steady despite my panic. "This isn't real. You're being manipulated. You need to fight it." She showed no sign of having heard me. Instead, she tried to move past me toward the door again. When I blocked her, her expression hardened. "Subject will proceed to extraction point. Interference will be neutralized." To my shock, she shoved me hard with strength that seemed impossible for her small frame. I stumbled backward, caught off guard. "Emma, please," I begged. "Try to wake up. Try to remember who you are, who I am." She paused, a flicker of something, a recognition, confusion crossing her face. "Dad?" she whispered, her voice momentarily her own again. "Yes, it's me." I moved toward her cautiously. "You're having some kind of episode. Someone has been tampering with your mind." The moment of clarity passed as quickly as it had come. Her expression went blank again, and she reached for the door handle. Without thinking, I grabbed the device Rachel had given me from the bedroom. If there was ever a time to use it, it was now. "Emma, hold still," I said, approaching her again. "I'm going to help you." She turned toward me, her movements still unnaturally smooth. "Subject will not comply with interference. Final warning." "I'm sorry," I murmured, then pressed the device against her temple and activated it with the side button. A soft blue light emanated from it, accompanied by a barely audible high-pitched tone. Emma went rigid, her eyes widening. For a terrible moment, I feared I'd made a catastrophic mistake. Then she collapsed, and I barely managed to catch her before she hit the floor. "Emma!" I cradled her in my arms, checking her pulse frantically. It was steady, her breathing regular. She appeared to be simply unconscious. I carried her to the couch and laid her down gently, covering her with a blanket. What had the device done to her? Had it helped, as Rachel claimed it would? Or had I just subjected my daughter to further harm? The next hour was the longest of my life. I sat beside Emma, monitoring her breathing, checking her pulse, watching for any sign of distress. She remained unconscious but stable, her expression peaceful now, like she was simply sleeping. When she finally stirred, her eyes fluttering open, I held my breath. "Dad?" she murmured, looking around in confusion. "What happened? Why am I on the couch? What do you remember?" I asked carefully. She frowned, thinking. "We had soup for dinner. I went to sleep in the loft. And then?" She shook her head. "Nothing. Did I sleepwalk or something?" "Something like that," I said, relief washing over me. She seemed like herself again, no blank stare, no monotone voice. "How do you feel?" "Weird. Kind of like after you have a fever and it breaks. All wrung out but clearer somehow." She sat up slowly. "My head feels different, like something noisy has stopped." I studied her face in the firelight. "Emma, do you still remember those dreams? The ones with the faceless person showing you places?" She considered this, then looked surprised. "I remember having them, but they seem far away now. Like they happened to someone else." She looked at me curiously. "What did you do?" "Something happened, didn't it?" I explained what I'd witnessed, her sleepwalking, the recitation of the code phrase, the change in her behavior. I showed her the device Rachel had given me, explaining its supposed purpose. "So Mom was telling the truth?" Emma asked, her expression a mixture of hope and wariness. "It seems that way," I admitted. "At least about the programming in your mind. And about this device being able to neutralize it. Does that mean we can trust her? About everything else?" I sighed, uncertain. "I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe this is just one truth among many lies." Emma was silent for a moment, processing. "I don't feel like anyone's controlling me now," she said finally. "I feel like myself. More than I have in a while, I think." It was the best news I could have hoped for. Whatever the device had done, it seemed to have freed Emma from whatever influence had been implanted in her mind. But our situation remained precarious. We were still fugitives, still being hunted by people with resources and determination. "Try to get some more sleep," I suggested. "We'll figure out our next steps in the morning." Emma nodded, but made no move to return to the loft. "Can I stay down here? On the couch?" "Of course." I added wood to the fire, then settled into an armchair nearby, unwilling to leave her side after what had happened. Despite my intention to stay awake and keep watch, exhaustion eventually overcame me and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. The sound of a vehicle approaching woke me just after dawn. I was instantly alert, moving to the window to peek through the curtains. A black SUV was coming up the dirt road toward the cabin, not hurrying, but deliberate. "Emma, wake up," I whispered urgently, shaking her shoulder. "Someone's here." She was immediately awake, fear returning to her eyes. "Who?" "I don't know. But we need to hide." I glanced around the cabin, looking for options. "The cellar." Carlos mentioned a root cellar. I found the trapdoor in the kitchen floor, hidden under a small rug. It opened to reveal a ladder leading down into darkness. Quickly, I urged Emma. "Down you go. I'll be right behind you." She descended the ladder without hesitation. I followed, pulling the trapdoor closed above us just as I heard a vehicle door slam outside. The cellar was cold and smelled of earth and preserved foods. A string of battery-powered LED lights hung from a beam, emergency lighting, presumably. I pulled the cord, bathing the space in dim blue light. It was larger than I'd expected, extending beyond the footprint of the cabin above. Root vegetables and home canned goods lined rough wooden shelves along one wall. The opposite wall held tools, emergency supplies, and to my surprise, what looked like communications equipment of some kind. "What is that?" Emma whispered, pointing to the equipment. "I'm not sure." I approached cautiously. It appeared to be a ham radio setup, but with modifications I didn't recognize. Why would Carlos have such sophisticated equipment in a hunting cabin? Before I could investigate further, footsteps sounded overhead. Someone was inside the cabin. Emma and I froze, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps moved methodically through the space above us, checking the main room, the bedroom, the loft. Then they paused directly over the trapdoor. I pulled Emma behind me, looking around desperately for a weapon. There was a hunting knife in a sheath hanging from a hook nearby. I grabbed it, holding it ready as the trapdoor began to lift. A shaft of morning light spilled into the cellar, silhouetting a figure at the top of the ladder. I tightened my grip on the knife. "James? Are you down there?" A woman's voice. Familiar. "Rachel?" I called cautiously. She climbed down the ladder enough to see into the cellar, her face coming into view. It was indeed Rachel, looking exhausted but determined. "Thank God," she breathed when she saw us. "I was afraid I'd be too late." "How did you find us?" I demanded, not lowering the knife. "Carlos told me. After I got away from those men at the clinic." She descended the rest of the way into the cellar. "He and I have been working together. He's part of a group that's been investigating neurosync for months." "Carlos?" I was stunned. My old college roommate, the easygoing engineer who loved hunting and fishing, was involved in this somehow? Rachel nodded. "He's with an independent watchdog organization that monitors private sector advanced technology development. When I realized what neurosync was doing with my research, I reached out to them for help." "And Beth?" I asked, still trying to process this new information. "Is she working with you too?" Rachel's expression darkened. "No. They got to her somehow. Threatened her, or Zoe, or both. She's been helping them track you." Emma stepped out from behind me. "Mom?" Her voice was small, uncertain. Rachel's eyes filled with tears. "Emma. Oh, Emma, I've missed you so much." She moved as if to embrace Emma, but I stepped between them. "Not yet. I need to know exactly what's going on. All of it." Rachel nodded, accepting this. "You deserve that. Both of you do." She glanced around the cellar. "Carlos's communications setup is down here. We can use it to contact his team, get extraction arranged." "I'm not going anywhere until I have answers," I insisted. "Fair enough. But we should sit down. It's a long story." We settled on some storage crates. Rachel took a deep breath and began. "After I left 3 years ago, which was the most shameful, cowardly thing I've ever done, and I will regret it for the rest of my life, I threw myself into my research. It was all I had left. I was developing technology to enhance learning during sleep, to help people with trauma process difficult memories in a safer context. It had amazing therapeutic potential." She paused, collecting her thoughts. "Neurosync recruited me about a year into my independent work. They offered resources, funding, a team of brilliant colleagues. It seemed perfect. And for a while, it was. We made breakthroughs I had only dreamed of. Until I prompted when she fell silent. Until I discovered they were altering my protocols, running parallel experiments I wasn't informed about. They were using my technology not just to enhance learning or process memories, but to implant directives. Behavioral programming. Mind control, essentially. And they were testing it on children?" I asked, while rising in my throat. Rachel nodded grimly. "On the children of employees, initially. Supposedly with parental consent, though I later learned the parents weren't fully informed about what was being done. When I objected, threatened to go public, they showed me something that stopped me cold." "What?" Emma asked, fully engaged in the story now. Footage of you, Emma? At school, at home, with your friends. They've been watching you for months. They told me if I didn't cooperate, they would take you, use you as a test subject for their most aggressive protocols. So you cooperated? I asked, unable to keep the judgment from my voice. At first, yes, she admitted. I was terrified for Emma, but I also began working against them in secret. I modified my research to build in weaknesses, backdoors I could exploit later, and I reached out to people who could help Carlos and his organization. Why didn't you warn us directly? They were monitoring everything, your phones, your computers, your house. Any direct contact would have triggered their intervention. She looked at Emma. I tried to warn you through your dreams, Emma. I piggybacked on their signal, inserted my own messages when I could. Warnings, protective suggestions. It wasn't much, but it was all I could do without alerting them. The dreams about the special place, Emma said slowly. The ones that felt different sometimes. That was you. Rachel nodded. When I could get through, yes. I was trying to prepare you, to make you question what they were telling you. But why did they want Emma specifically? I asked. There must be thousands of children they could target. Why her? Rachel's expression was pained. Because of me. Because my research was built on detailed brain mapping and neural pathway analysis. And the most comprehensive brain data I had was mine. Emma finished, comprehension dawning. From all those tests you used to run when I was little. Rachel nodded, shame evident in her face. Your brain was the template for much of my work. Your neural pathways, your response patterns. I used that data because it was familiar to me, because I thought I was doing something that would eventually help children like you with learning difficulties. But it made her the perfect test subject for their weaponized version, I realized. Her brain was already mapped in their system. Exactly. Rachel looked at her hands. When I discovered what they were doing, I tried to delete all the data. But they'd already copied it, secured it elsewhere. They were already using it to target Emma specifically. Emma was silent, processing this information. I couldn't imagine how it felt to learn you'd been manipulated so completely that your own mother's research had been weaponized against you. The device you gave me, I said, showing her the small object. It worked. Emma was triggered last night, recited some kind of code phrase, tried to leave. This seemed to break the programming. Rachel took the device, turning it over in her hands. It's a neural pattern disruptor. It emits a specific frequency that essentially scrambles the implanted directives without harming natural neural pathways. I designed it specifically for Emma based on her brain mapping data. She looked at Emma. How do you feel now? Clearer, Emma said. Like I said to Dad, it's like something noisy stopped. Relief washed over Rachel's face. It worked then. The programming is neutralized. She turned back to me. But they'll know that. They'll know she's off their leash. And they'll be coming for her with everything they have. Who exactly is they? I pressed. You keep saying NeuroSync, but who's really behind this? What do they want? NeuroSync is owned by a private military contractor called Prometheus Security Solutions. They develop weapons for various governments, including our own. This technology, the ability to program and direct human behavior through sleep, is their most valuable asset. Imagine the applications. Sleeper agents who don't even know they're agents until activated. Children raised from infancy with hidden directives that can be triggered decades later. The scope of it was almost too much to comprehend. And the government knows about this? Approves it. Some elements within the intelligence community are aware. Others aren't. It's compartmentalized, deniable. That's why Carlos's organization has been gathering evidence, preparing to expose it all. And the man who broke into our house? Officer Reyes? Beth? Where do they fit in? The man is a NeuroSync operative named Martin Geller. Former Special Forces, now their head of security. Reyes was recruited through blackmail. They have something on him. I don't know what. Beth. She hesitated. Beth was harder to understand. At first, I thought they were threatening her too, but Carlos's team intercepted communications suggesting she was a willing participant. They offered her something, money maybe, or something else she wanted. The betrayal still stung, even with everything else we'd learned. My own sister willingly helping to endanger her niece. So what now? I asked. We can't run forever. And if they're as powerful as you say, there's nowhere they won't eventually find us. Rachel moved to the communications equipment. Now we contact Carlos's team. They've been building a case, gathering evidence. With my testimony and the device as proof of what NeuroSync has been doing, they're ready to go public. They have allies in the Justice Department, legitimate FBI agents who aren't compromised. She began powering up the equipment, adjusting dials with practiced movements. Carlos set this up as a secure channel. It's off the normal frequencies, uses encryption they shouldn't be able to break. She put on a headset and began speaking into the microphone. Phoenix Nest, this is Mockingbird. Package secured. Requesting extraction protocol. Over. A burst of static, then a male voice. Mockingbird, confirm status of package. Neural integrity? Disruptor deployed successfully. Package neural integrity restored. Secondary targets present and secure. Understood. Extraction team en route. ETA 4 hours. Maintain position. Phoenix Nest out. Rachel removed the headset. They're coming. A team that will take us to a secure location where we can prepare to go public with everything. 4 hours is a long time, I observed. If Neurosync realizes you found us, we'll have to be ready. She reached into her jacket and pulled out a handgun, setting it on a nearby crate. I hoped it wouldn't come to this, but we need to be prepared for anything. I stared at the weapon, then at Rachel, the woman who had abandoned us 3 years ago, who now claimed to be our protector. Could I trust her with our lives? Did I have a choice? How did you know to come here? I asked suddenly. Even if Carlos told you about the cabin, how did you know we'd choose this place? I didn't. Not for certain. But I know you, James. Better than you think. When you're threatened, you don't go to obvious places. You think laterally. Carlos had mentioned this cabin to both of us years ago. It was a reasonable possibility. Her explanation made sense, but something still felt off. The ease with which she'd found us, the convenient timing of her arrival. And the men at the clinic? The ones claiming to be FBI. Geller's team. They must have been tracking me, hoping I'd lead them to you. When I realized they'd followed me to the clinic, I created a distraction so you could escape. She looked at me intently. James, I know you have no reason to trust me. I abandoned both of you when you needed me most. It was unforgivable. But right now, Emma's safety is all that matters. Emma, who had been quiet during much of this exchange, finally spoke. Why did you leave us, Mom? The real reason. Rachel's expression crumpled. She looked away, unable to meet Emma's eyes. The simplest answer is that I was a coward. My research was failing. I was failing as a wife and mother. I convinced myself you'd both be better off without me. Her voice broke. I was wrong. So terribly wrong. And by the time I realized it, I was in too deep with Neurosync. Coming back would have put you in danger. We were already in danger, I pointed out. They were targeting Emma anyway. Not at first, Rachel countered. That came later, after I discovered what they were really doing and tried to stop it. That's when they threatened to go after Emma directly. I wasn't sure I believed her, at least not entirely. But Emma was studying her mother's face with an intensity that suggested she was trying to decide for herself. Did you keep any pictures of me? Emma asked suddenly. While you were gone? Rachel reached into her pocket and pulled out a worn leather wallet. From it, she extracted a small photograph, creased from frequent handling. She handed it to Emma without a word. It showed Emma at 9 years old, laughing on a swing in our backyard. I remembered taking that picture myself, just a few months before Rachel left. I looked at it every day, Rachel said softly, to remind myself why I had to keep fighting. Emma traced the edges of the photo with her fingertip, her expression unreadable. Then she handed it back to Rachel. I'm still mad at you, she said simply, but I believe you're trying to help us now. It was as close to forgiveness as Rachel was likely to get at this point, and she seemed to understand that. She tucked the photo carefully back into her wallet. We should go back upstairs, I suggested. Keep watch for any sign of trouble. We climbed the ladder into the kitchen. The cabin was as we'd left it, no signs of disturbance. Through the windows, I could see Rachel's black SUV parked beside Dr. Lynn's Honda. The morning was bright, the surrounding forest peaceful. I'll make us something to eat, Rachel offered. You both look exhausted. While she busied herself in the kitchen, I took Emma aside. Are you okay? I asked quietly. This is a lot to process. She nodded slowly. I think so. It's weird seeing Mom again. And all this stuff about my brain and the programming, it's scary. But I also feel better knowing what was happening to me. Why I was having those dreams. If at any point you don't feel safe or you start feeling strange again, tell me immediately, I instructed her. I don't care what's happening or who's around. Your safety is my only priority. I know, Dad. She hugged me suddenly fiercely. You've always kept me safe. The guilt I felt was immediate and crushing. Had I kept her safe? I'd failed to notice the tablet had been compromised. Failed to realize someone was manipulating her dreams. Failed to prevent a stalker from almost abducting her from her own bedroom. But now wasn't the time for self-recrimination. We had 4 hours until extraction, 4 hours during which Neurosync might discover our location. I checked all the windows and doors, making sure they were secure. The cabin was relatively defensible, solid log construction, limited access points, good visibility of the surrounding area. But if a well-equipped team came for us, we wouldn't stand a chance without help. Rachel prepared a simple breakfast of oatmeal and canned fruit. We ate in an awkward silence, like strangers forced to share a meal, which in many ways we were. The woman sitting across from me bore little resemblance to the Rachel I'd married beyond her physical appearance. Whatever had happened to her in the past 3 years had fundamentally changed her. "Tell me more about this extraction team," I said as we finished eating. "Who are they? Where are they taking us?" "They're private security contractors hired by Carlos's organization. Former military, mostly. They'll take us to a safe house in northern Wisconsin where we'll meet with Justice Department officials who aren't compromised by NeuroSync's influence." "And then what? We testify? Go into witness protection?" "That's the most likely scenario, yes. Until NeuroSync is dismantled and the people behind it are in custody, we won't be safe using our own identities." The prospect was daunting. Abandoning our lives, our home, my job. Starting over somewhere new with new names. But if it meant Emma would be safe, it was worth it. "What about the programming they put in Emma's head?" I asked. "You said the disruptor neutralized it, but could they reactivate it somehow? Or install new directives?" Rachel shook her head. "The disruptor doesn't just scramble the existing programming. It creates a kind of neural immunity to that specific frequency. They'd need a completely different approach to affect her again, and they've invested years in developing this one." That was something, at least. But I still didn't like the idea of Emma ever being near any of these people or their technology again. After breakfast, we settled into an uneasy waiting pattern. Rachel took the first watch by the front windows while Emma and I rested on the couch. Despite my intention to stay alert, the events of the past few days caught up with me and I dozed off. I woke to Rachel's hand on my shoulder, shaking me gently but urgently. "James, someone's coming." I was instantly alert, moving to the window. In the distance, just visible through the trees, was a vehicle approaching on the dirt road. Not the extraction team, they weren't due for at least another 2 hours. "Get to the cellar," I told Emma. "Take the emergency radio with you. If anything happens to us, use the frequency we heard earlier to contact Carlos's team." She nodded, wide-eyed but composed. "What about you and Mom?" "We'll handle this," Rachel said, retrieving her gun from where she'd placed it on a side table. "Go now, Emma. Quickly." Emma disappeared through the trapdoor, pulling it closed behind her. Rachel positioned herself by the front window, gun ready, while I moved to a side window for a different vantage point. The approaching vehicle was now identifiable, a dark green SUV with government plates. It stopped about 50 yards from the cabin, and 4 men got out. They were dressed in civilian clothes but moved with military precision, spreading out to approach the cabin from different angles. "Geller's team," Rachel murmured. "They must have tracked my vehicle somehow." "We're outnumbered," I observed grimly. "And outgunned." "Yes, but we have one advantage. They want Emma alive and unharmed. We're expendable, but she isn't. Cold comfort, but strategic information nonetheless. What's the play here? Try to hold them off until the extraction team arrives." Rachel checked her watch. "That's still almost 2 hours away. Too long." She thought for a moment, then said, "We need to eliminate their vehicles. If we can strand them here, our team will have the advantage when they arrive." It was a solid plan, but executing it would be dangerous. One of us would need to get to the vehicles while the other created a distraction. "I'll go," I said. "You're the one with the gun. You can provide better cover." Rachel looked like she wanted to argue but nodded instead. "The keys are still in my SUV. If you can get to it, you can use it to disable theirs." The men were now about 30 yards from the cabin, advancing cautiously, using trees for cover. "Wait for my signal," Rachel instructed, moving to the front door. "I'll draw their attention, then you slip out the back." I positioned myself by the rear door, heart pounding. Rachel took a deep breath, then opened the front door just enough to fire 2 quick shots into the air. Shouts of alarm came from outside, followed by the sound of the men taking cover. "NeuroSync operatives," Rachel called out. "This is Dr. Rachel Cassidy. The girl is not here. She's been moved to a secure location. You're too late." While she continued to engage them verbally, I slipped out the back door and circled wide through the trees, staying low and moving as silently as possible. Rachel's SUV was parked on the far side of the cabin, partially hidden from where the men had positioned themselves. I reached it without being spotted and was relieved to find the keys in the ignition, just as Rachel had said. I started the engine and immediately threw it into drive, accelerating hard toward the green government SUV. The noise alerted the men. One of them turned and spotted me, raising his weapon. I ducked as a shot cracked past the windshield. Then I was alongside their vehicle, turning sharply to sideswipe it with as much force as I could manage. The impact was jarring, metal screaming against metal. Their SUV rocked on its suspension but didn't tip over as I'd hoped. I reversed and rammed it again, this time hitting the front end, targeting the engine block. More shots rang out and the rear window of Rachel's SUV shattered. I kept my head down, hit the gas again, and drove straight at one of the men who was now firing steadily at me. He had to dive out of the way, giving me an opening to circle back toward the cabin. Rachel was at the door, providing covering fire. "The tree line," she shouted. "Head for the trees." I abandoned the SUV, which had served its purpose, and sprinted for the forest edge. Bullets kicked up dirt at my heels, but I made it to cover unharmed. Rachel continued firing from the doorway, keeping the men pinned down. But we were still outnumbered, and now I was separated from both Rachel and Emma. I needed to circle back to the cabin somehow. I moved through the trees, trying to flank the NeuroSync operatives. From my new vantage point, I could see that I'd done significant damage to their SUV. Steam was rising from its crumpled hood, the radiator was likely punctured. They wouldn't be driving it anywhere. Rachel was still exchanging fire with them from the cabin door, but I could tell she was running low on ammunition. She was spacing her shots more carefully, making each one count. I picked up a heavy branch from the forest floor, not much of a weapon, but better than nothing, and continued my circuit, looking for an opening to get back to the cabin. One of the operatives had broken off from the others and was moving toward the rear of the cabin, trying to find another way in, most likely. I changed direction to intercept him. He was focused on the cabin, not expecting a threat from the forest. I managed to get within a few yards of him before he sensed my presence and turned. I swung the branch with all my strength, catching him across the shoulders. He went down hard, his weapon skittering away on the ground. I dropped the branch and lunged for his gun, but he recovered quickly, sweeping my legs out from under me. We grappled on the forest floor, each trying to gain advantage. He was younger, stronger, and trained in hand-to-hand combat. I was fighting for my daughter's life. He got an arm around my throat, cutting off my air. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision as I fought to break his hold. In desperation, I drove my elbow backward as hard as I could, connecting with his ribs. His grip loosened just enough for me to twist away and scramble to my feet. His gun lay a few feet away. We both saw it at the same time and lunged. My fingers closed around it first, but he tackled me before I could bring it to bear. We crashed back to the ground, wrestling for control of the weapon. The gun discharged, the sound deafening at such close range. The operative went suddenly limp, his weight collapsing onto me. I pushed him off and staggered to my feet, disoriented and gasping for breath. He lay motionless, a spreading stain on his chest where the bullet had struck him. I stood frozen for a moment, the reality of what had just happened washing over me. I'd never killed anyone before, but there was no time to process it. The gunshot had alerted the others. I could hear them shouting, changing positions. I needed to get back to the cabin. Gripping the dead operative's gun, I moved through the trees until I had a clear view of the rear of the cabin. The back door was unguarded. If I could make it there. I broke cover and sprinted across the open space. A shot rang out, then another, bullets splintering wood next to me as I reached the door and crashed through it. Rachel was crouched by the front window, her face tight with concentration. She spun toward me as I entered, gun raised, then lowered it when she recognized me. "James, are you hit?" "No, I'm fine. Their SUV is disabled." I took out one of them." She nodded, not asking for details. "That leaves 3. And we have maybe 20 rounds between us." "Where's Emma?" I asked. "Still in the cellar. She's safe for now." I moved to the window beside Rachel, peering out cautiously. The remaining 3 operatives had taken cover behind Rachel's damaged SUV and what looked like a fallen log. They were about 40 yards from the cabin, too far for an accurate shot with a handgun. "They're waiting for something," Rachel observed. "Reinforcements, maybe? How much longer until our extraction team arrives?" She checked her watch. "Another hour, at least." "Too long." I thought for a moment. "We need to get to the cellar. It's more defensible and there's that communications equipment. Maybe we can contact the extraction team, get them here sooner." Rachel nodded. "Cover me while I go first, then follow." She moved quickly to the trapdoor and descended the ladder. I maintained watch at the window, alert for any movement from the operatives outside. When she was safely down, I backed toward the trapdoor, keeping my gun trained on the front door. Just as I reached the trapdoor, there was a crash from the front of the cabin. A canister came hurtling through the window, bouncing across the floor toward me. Tear gas. I dropped through the trapdoor immediately, pulling it closed above me. But I wasn't fast enough. Some of the gas had already entered my lungs, burning my eyes and throat, making it hard to breathe. "Dad!" Emma rushed to my side as I staggered off the ladder, coughing violently. "Tear gas," I managed to choke out. "They're coming in." Rachel was already at the communications setup, frantically adjusting dials. "Phoenix Nest, this is Mockingbird. Emergency protocol. Hostiles engaged. Request immediate extraction. Over." Static, then a response. "Mockingbird, extraction team is 30 minutes out. Hold position. Negative, Phoenix Nest. Hostiles breaching now. We need immediate evac or air support. Over." "Understood, Mockingbird. Diverting aerial asset. ETA 12 minutes. Mark position with smoke when asset approaches. Over." "Confirmed, Phoenix Nest. Mockingbird out." Rachel turned to us, her expression grim but determined. "We need to hold them off for 12 minutes. Then a helicopter will extract us." "We can do that," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. My eyes and lungs were still burning from the tear gas, and heavy footsteps now sounded overhead. They were inside the cabin. The cellar had only one entrance, the trapdoor. If we could keep them from coming down that ladder, we might have a chance. "Both of you get behind those storage shelves," I instructed, pointing to the furthest corner of the cellar. "I'll cover the ladder." Rachel hesitated. "James? Go. Protect Emma." She nodded, grabbing Emma's hand and pulling her toward the makeshift barricade. I positioned myself with a clear line of fire to the trapdoor, gun steady despite my racing heart. The trapdoor rattled as someone tried to lift it from above. I'd slid a nearby crate over it when I came down, not much of an obstacle, but enough to tell them someone was below and resisting. A voice called down, "Dr. Cassidy." "Mr. Cassidy, we don't want to hurt you. We just want the girl. Give her to us and you can both walk away." "Go to hell," Rachel shouted from behind the shelves. "You're making a mistake," the voice continued. "Do you really think Carlos and his rogue operatives can protect you? They're not government. They have no authority, no legitimacy. Neurosync has contracts with the highest levels of the Pentagon. This will all be smoothed over within days, and you'll be fugitives. Or worse." I remained silent, conserving my energy, focusing on the trapdoor. They were trying to rattle us, divide us. Standard psychological tactics. There was a muffled discussion above, then silence. Moments later, the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. "What are they doing?" Emma whispered. Before either of us could answer, there was a tremendous crash as something large and heavy was dropped onto the trapdoor. The wood splintered but held. They were trying to break through by force. Another crash, and this time cracks appeared in the trapdoor. One more would do it. I tightened my grip on the gun, lining up my shot for when the door gave way. Rachel had moved up beside me, her own weapon ready. 8 more minutes, she murmured. "We just need to hold them off for 8 more minutes." The third impact shattered the trapdoor. Fragments of wood rained down into the cellar, followed immediately by another tear gas canister. It clattered down the ladder and rolled across the floor, spewing its noxious cloud. I fired at the opening, not aiming to hit anyone specifically, but to keep them from coming down immediately. Rachel did the same from her position. Through watering eyes, I saw movement at the top of the ladder, someone preparing to descend. I fired again, and they pulled back. "James?" Rachel called, her voice strained through the gas. "The smoke signals for the helicopter. In that cabinet by the radio." I glanced where she was pointing and saw a small metal cabinet. Inside were several colored smoke grenades, standard emergency signaling devices. But to use one, someone would need to go outside. Through the tear gas. Past the armed men waiting above. "I'll go," Rachel said, as if reading my thoughts. "I have the best chance of getting through them." "No," I countered. "They want Emma. They'll hesitate to shoot me because they won't want to risk harming her if she's nearby. I've got the best chance." Rachel looked like she wanted to argue, but time was running short. "Fine. I'll cover you." She moved to position herself directly beneath the shattered trapdoor, gun aimed upward. "On my mark, go for the ladder. I'll keep them back long enough for you to get up." I grabbed one of the smoke grenades, bright orange, highly visible from the air, and moved toward the ladder, staying low to get below the worst of the tear gas. "Now!" Rachel shouted, firing repeatedly at the opening above. I lunged for the ladder and climbed as fast as I could, emerging into the tear gas-filled cabin. Through streaming eyes, I could make out 2 of the operatives taking cover behind overturned furniture. They fired in my direction as I appeared, but their accuracy was compromised by the gas and their need to avoid hitting me directly. I sprinted for the back door, zigzagging to make myself a harder target. Bullets splintered the wood around me, but none connected. Then I was outside, gulping fresh air, racing toward the tree line. I needed open ground to deploy the smoke grenade somewhere the helicopter could see it and possibly land. There was a small clearing about 50 yards to the east, just visible through the trees. I changed course toward it. Behind me, gunfire continued to erupt from the cabin. Rachel was still holding them off, but for how long? And what about Emma, trapped in that tear gas-filled cellar? I reached the clearing and pulled the pin on the smoke grenade, tossing it into the center of the open space. Orange smoke immediately began billowing upward, a bright beacon against the blue sky. Now I just needed to get back to the cabin, to Rachel and Emma. As I turned to go, a figure stepped out from the trees at the edge of the clearing. Martin Geller. I recognized him immediately from the night he'd broken into our house. He held a pistol aimed directly at my chest. "Mr. Cassidy, you've led us on quite a chase." I froze, my own weapon still in my hand but pointed at the ground. Raising it would likely get me killed instantly. "It's over, Geller," I said, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "The helicopter will be here any minute. Your operation is exposed." He smiled thinly. "Temporarily inconvenienced, perhaps, but hardly exposed. We have contingencies for everything, Mr. Cassidy. Even this. What do you want with my daughter?" I demanded. "The real reason. Your daughter is special. The work we've done with her, the conditioning, the neural pathways we've established, it's just the beginning. She's the prototype, the first of a new kind of operative. One who doesn't even know they're an operative until activated." His smile widened slightly. "Imagine it. Sleeper agents placed years in advance, untraceable, undetectable. The perfect intelligence asset." "She's a child," I said through gritted teeth. "She's the future," he countered. "And we've invested too much in her to let her go now." In the distance, I could hear it, the rhythmic thump of helicopter rotors approaching. Our extraction team. Geller heard it too. His expression hardened. "It seems our time is short. I'll be taking you back to the cabin now. You're going to tell your wife to send Emma out. If you don't, I'll put a bullet in your head and then go get her myself." He gestured with the gun for me to start walking back toward the cabin. I took a step forward, then another, mind racing for a way out of this situation. The helicopter sound was growing louder. Maybe a minute away. Not soon enough. I took another step forward, then deliberately stumbled, as if tripping over a root. As I fell, I twisted, raising my gun in one fluid motion. Geller fired, but my sudden movement had thrown off his aim. His bullet grazed my shoulder instead of hitting my chest. My own shot was more accurate, catching him in the upper leg. He staggered but didn't go down, raising his gun for another shot. I rolled behind a tree trunk as his second bullet tore into the bark where I'd been a moment before. The wound in my shoulder was burning, blood soaking my shirt, but adrenaline kept the worst of the pain at bay. "You can't win this, Cassidy," Geller called out, his voice strained but still commanding. "Even if you get away today, we'll find you. We'll always find you." The helicopter was very close now, the sound of its rotors drowning out everything else. I risked a glance around the tree and saw Geller limping toward cover, his leg leaving a trail of blood on the forest floor. I could try for another shot, but at this distance, with a handgun, it was risky. And killing him wouldn't end the threat from neurosync. Better to get to the helicopter, to get Emma away from here. I made my decision and broke cover, running back toward the cabin as fast as my wounded shoulder would allow. Geller fired after me, but his shots went wide, his injury affecting his aim. The cabin came into view, and with it an astonishing sight. The helicopter, a sleek black civilian model, was already touching down in the small yard in front of the building. Rachel was emerging from the front door, supporting Emma, who looked dazed from the tear gas but otherwise unharmed. I sprinted toward them, waving my good arm. "Rachel, Emma." They saw me, relief washing over their faces. Together, we ran for the helicopter, its rotors still spinning, creating a vortex of wind that whipped around us. A man in tactical gear leaned out from the helicopter's side door, extending a hand to help us aboard. "Hurry," he shouted over the roar of the engine. Emma went first, scrambling into the helicopter with the man's assistance. Rachel followed. I was just reaching for the outstretched hand when a shot rang out from the direction of the trees. Pain exploded in my back, driving me to my knees. Geller had managed to get off one more shot. "Dad!" Emma screamed from inside the helicopter. Rachel was already moving, jumping back down to help me. "James, come on, you can make it." With her support and the last of my strength, I dragged myself into the helicopter. The tactical team member pulled the door closed as the pilot immediately lifted off, not waiting for further instructions. I collapsed onto the floor of the cabin, pain washing over me in waves. Rachel was pressing something against my back, a jacket or shirt, trying to stem the bleeding. "Stay with me, James," she urged, her voice sounding distant through the roaring in my ears. Stay with me. Emma's face appeared above me, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dad, please, please don't die. I wanted to tell her it would be okay, that I wasn't going anywhere, but the words wouldn't come. Darkness was creeping in from the edges of my vision, the helicopter's interior growing dim. The last thing I remembered before losing consciousness was Rachel's voice, steady and determined in my ear. We're almost there, James. Hold on. Just hold on. I woke to the steady beep of a heart monitor and the antiseptic smell of a hospital room. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then it all came flooding back, the cabin, Geller, the helicopter. I tried to sit up, but pain lanced through my back and shoulder, forcing me back down with a groan. Dad, you're awake. Emma was at my bedside instantly, her face lighting up with relief. She looked tired but unharmed, wearing what appeared to be new clothes, jeans and a sweatshirt I didn't recognize. Where are we? My voice was hoarse, my throat dry. A private medical facility in northern Wisconsin, Rachel said, stepping into my field of vision. She too looked exhausted but immensely relieved. Operated by Carlos's organization. You've been unconscious for almost 2 days. 2 days. I tried to absorb this information. Geller? The NeuroSync operatives? Gone for now, Rachel said. But not permanently. That's why we're keeping a low profile. This facility doesn't officially exist. I struggled to focus through the fog of whatever pain medication they had me on. What happens now? Rachel exchanged a glance with Emma before answering. Carlos's team has been compiling evidence against NeuroSync and Prometheus security for months. With my testimony and the neural disruptor as evidence, they're ready to take it to specific Justice Department officials they trust. There will be an investigation, probably closed-door hearings. And us? I asked, though I already suspected the answer. Witness protection, most likely. New identities, new location. Until NeuroSync is completely dismantled and everyone involved is in custody. It was what I'd expected, but the reality of it still hit hard. Our old lives were over. Everything and everyone we knew gone. I'm sorry, Dad, Emma said, sensing my thoughts. This is all because of me. No, I said firmly, reaching for her hand despite the pain it caused. None of this is your fault. None of it. Your father's right, Rachel added. The only people to blame are the ones who tried to use all of us for their own purposes. Emma nodded, though I could tell she wasn't entirely convinced. She'd carry this with her, the knowledge that people had gone to such lengths to control her mind, to turn her into something she wasn't meant to be. It would take time for those wounds to heal if they ever fully did. When can we leave? I asked. The doctor says another few days at least, Rachel replied. The bullet missed your spine by centimeters. You were incredibly lucky. Lucky wasn't exactly how I felt, but I understood what she meant. It could have been much worse. A thought occurred to me. Beth? Has there been any word about her? Or Zoe? Rachel's expression darkened. They're both missing. After the confrontation at her house, they disappeared. Carlos's team is looking for them, but she didn't need to finish the sentence. If NeuroSync had taken them, whether as hostages, punishment, or leverage, it wasn't good. I'm sorry, I said, though the words felt inadequate. Despite Beth's betrayal, she was still my sister. And Zoe was an innocent child, no more deserving of this nightmare than Emma had been. Rachel nodded, accepting the sentiment for what it was. Try to rest. We're safe for now and you need to heal. Over the next few days, as I regained strength, more details emerged about what we were facing. Carlos himself visited a man I barely recognized from our college days. Gone was the carefree engineering student. In his place was a hardened, cautious man who spoke in measured tones about containment, operational security, and information compartmentalization. His organization, which he never named explicitly, was a private watchdog group focused on technological overreach by government contractors. They operated in the shadows, employing former intelligence and military personnel who had become disillusioned with the systems they once served. We've been watching NeuroSync for almost 2 years, he explained during one visit. But we couldn't get close enough to understand what they were really doing until Rachel contacted us. And what happens when you take this to the Justice Department? I asked. What guarantee do we have that they'll act on it? Carlos's expression was grim. No guarantees. But we have evidence of unauthorized human experimentation, potential violations of the Biological Weapons Convention, and domestic surveillance without warrants. It will be difficult for them to ignore. And if they do ignore it? Or if NeuroSync has compromised those officials too? Then we have contingency plans, he said simply, not elaborating further. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. Hope seemed in short supply these days, but I clung to what I could. Emma was safe for now, free from NeuroSync's influence. Rachel, whatever her past mistakes, was fighting to protect our daughter. And I was alive, recovering, still able to be the father Emma needed. A week after the helicopter extraction, the doctor cleared me for travel. Carlos's team had prepared new identities for us: driver's licenses, credit cards, background histories. We would be relocated to a small town in the Pacific Northwest, where a house and jobs were waiting. Emma would attend a new school, and I would teach at a local community college. Rachel would come with us, her role in our new life still undefined, but her presence now non-negotiable as far as Emma was concerned. Will we ever get to be ourselves again? Emma asked the night before our departure, sitting on the edge of my hospital bed. Or are we going to be these other people forever? I don't know, I admitted. But whatever names we use, whatever place we live, will still be us inside. That's what matters. She nodded, but I could see the weight of it all in her eyes. Too much for a 12-year-old to carry. I keep having dreams, she confessed. Not like before, just normal nightmares. About that man, Geller. About being taken away. About forgetting who I really am. I pulled her into a gentle hug, careful of my still healing wounds. Those are normal fears after what you've been through, and I wish I could promise you they'll never come true. But what I can promise is that I'll be right there with you, no matter what happens. She hugged me back, her small frame shaking slightly with silent tears. I know, Dad. You always are. The next morning, we left the medical facility in an unmarked van with tinted windows. Our few belongings, mostly new items purchased by Carlos's team, since we'd left everything behind, fit in 3 small suitcases. Our old lives reduced to almost nothing. As we drove away, Emma pressed her face to the window, watching the Wisconsin landscape roll by for the last time. Rachel sat beside her, maintaining a respectful distance but close enough to offer comfort if needed. I sat in the front passenger seat, still sore but determined to remain alert during the journey. How long until we reach our new home? I asked the driver, a taciturn man introduced only as Mitch. 2 days, he replied. We're taking an indirect route. Safer that way. I nodded, settling in for the long drive. The future stretched before us, uncertain and fraught with potential dangers. Neurosync was still out there, and we would be looking over our shoulders for years to come, perhaps forever. But we were together. We were alive. And for now, that had to be enough. Our new life in the Pacific Northwest began quietly. The small coastal town of Maplewood was exactly what one might expect: picturesque, friendly on the surface, with the usual undercurrents of local politics and gossip that exist in any small community. Our story was simple. We were the Sullivan family, David, Rebecca, and Olivia, relocating after a family tragedy for a fresh start. The house provided for us sat on a wooded lot at the edge of town, close enough to the ocean that we could hear the waves on stormy nights. It was modest but comfortable, with good sight lines and multiple exit routes. Strategic considerations that weren't lost on me, though our neighbors would never know. I began teaching English at the community college, stepping back into a classroom with a strange mixture of familiarity and displacement. The students were no different from those I'd taught before, but I was fundamentally changed. Every new face triggered an assessment: potential threat or innocent bystander. Every unexpected sound made me tense. I carried the weight of our situation into every interaction, every moment. Emma, now Olivia, adapted better than I'd expected. Children are resilient, as the saying goes, though I hated that her resilience was being tested so severely. She made friends cautiously but genuinely, excelled in her classes, and continued developing her artistic talents. The only visible signs of our ordeal were her occasional nightmares and her reluctance to use any kind of tablet or smartphone. Rachel, Rebecca in our new life, had perhaps the most difficult adjustment. Having abandoned her research career, she took a position as a science teacher at the local high school. The work was far below her qualifications, but it kept her occupied and gave her a sense of purpose. In the evenings, she compiled her knowledge of NeuroSync's operations for Carlos's team, detailing methods and personnel in exhaustive reports. Our family dynamic was complicated. Rachel and I weren't a couple despite the cover story. We maintained separate bedrooms and a careful politeness that sometimes felt more isolating than open hostility would have. For Emma's sake, we presented a united front, but the wounds of the past hadn't healed, merely been overshadowed by more immediate concerns. 6 months into our new life, Carlos contacted us through a secure channel. The Justice Department had initiated a classified investigation into NeuroSync and Prometheus security. Several executives had been arrested, though Geller remained at large. The technology Rachel had helped develop was being studied by government scientists, its potential for misuse now recognized. It was progress, but not resolution. NeuroSync's tentacles ran deep, and dismantling such an organization would take years, if it could be accomplished at all. Be patient, Carlos advised. Stay vigilant. We'll keep you updated as we can. Patience had never been my strong suit, especially when it came to Emma's safety. But what choice did we have? So we continued our quiet life in Maplewood, settling into new routines, creating a semblance of normalcy around the jagged reality of our situation. Rachel and I established an uneasy truce, gradually finding our way towards something that might one day resemble friendship. We had long conversations after Emma was in bed, dissecting our past mistakes, the choices that had led us here. I couldn't forgive her abandonment entirely, but I began to understand it better. I was drowning, she admitted one night as we sat on the back porch, watching the moon's reflection on the distant ocean. My research was failing. Our marriage was strained. I felt like I was disappointing everyone, including myself. Leaving seemed like the only way to stop the spiral. You could have talked to me, I said, an old argument but with less heat than before. I should have, but depression doesn't exactly encourage clear thinking. She sipped her tea, eyes on the horizon. I'm not asking for forgiveness, James, just understanding. I nodded, allowing the silence to settle between us. After a while, I asked the question that had been nagging at me for months. Do you think they'll ever stop looking for her? Rachel didn't pretend to misunderstand. No. What NeuroSync started with Emma with the neural pathway research, it's too valuable to them. Even with the company under investigation, there will be those who want to continue the work, officially or otherwise. So we'll never be safe. Not completely, but we're safer together than apart. She turned to look at me directly. I made the mistake of thinking I could protect her by staying away. I won't make that mistake again. I believed her. Whatever her flaws, her love for Emma was genuine. And in our current reality, we needed all the allies we could get. Winter settled over Maplewood, bringing shortened days and long nights of rain hammering against the roof. Emma seemed to withdraw somewhat during this time, spending more hours in her room drawing or reading. I attributed it to the normal seasonal doldrums, exacerbated by the isolation of our situation. But as December deepened, I noticed other changes. She became forgetful, missing homework assignments and appointments. She would stare into space during conversations, then snap back to awareness with no memory of what had been said. Twice I found her sleepwalking, something she hadn't done since the incident at the cabin. Rachel noticed too. Could it be starting again? She asked quietly one evening after Emma had gone to bed. The programming? You said the disruptor created a neural immunity to that specific frequency, I reminded her. Yes, but they might have developed a new approach. She paced the kitchen, thinking aloud. The original conditioning was delivered through her tablet, but sound waves could also be effective, specially modulated frequencies embedded in music, ambient noise, even academic lectures. A chill ran through me. You think someone at her school? I don't know, but we need to investigate every possibility. We began monitoring Emma more closely, though we tried not to alarm her. Rachel checked the frequencies of every electronic device in the house. I made discreet inquiries about new staff or students at Emma's school. We even installed a white noise machine in her bedroom to mask any potential external signals. For a few weeks, things seemed to improve. Emma became more present, more like herself. The sleepwalking stopped. We began to hope it had been a false alarm, a normal phase of adjustment rather than something more sinister. Then, in early February, she disappeared. I came home from an evening faculty meeting to find the house dark and empty. Rachel was at a school board meeting that night, so Emma should have been home alone. But her backpack was missing, her bed neatly made as if she hadn't been home at all. I called Rachel immediately, then the parents of Emma's few friends. No one had seen her since school let out. Rachel rushed home, and together we searched the house for any clue to where she might have gone. We found it in her sketchbook, left open on her desk. The last several pages were filled with drawings of a familiar scene, a house by a lake with a red door and blue shutters. The vacation home Rachel had described, the one Emma had seen in her manipulated dreams. "They've reactivated her somehow," Rachel said, her voice tight with fear and rage. "They found a new frequency, a new trigger. But how? And why now? I don't know. But this is where they're sending her. This is the extraction point." I was already grabbing my coat. "We have to go after her. Now." "Wait." Rachel caught my arm. "We need to be smart about this. If we rush in without a plan, we could make things worse." She was right, but every moment we delayed was another moment Emma was alone, heading toward people who saw her as nothing more than an experiment, an asset to be used. "Call Carlos," I decided. "Tell him what's happened. Then we go after her. Together." Rachel nodded, already dialing. The conversation was brief and direct, location coordinates exchanged, arrangements for backup, contingency plans. When she hung up, her expression was grim but determined. "Carlos has a team in the area. They'll meet us there. But James, we need to be prepared. If they've managed to re-establish control over Emma's mind." She didn't need to finish the thought. We both knew what was at stake. We took our emergency go bags, always packed and ready, and left in Rachel's car. The vacation home was in coastal Oregon, about 4 hours from Maplewood. How Emma planned to get there, we could only guess. Bus, perhaps, or she might have been instructed to arrange a ride with someone who didn't know the danger they were placing her in. As Rachel drove through the rainy night, I checked the handgun we kept secured in the glove compartment. It was loaded with a spare magazine beside it. I hoped we wouldn't need it, but hope was a luxury we couldn't count on anymore. "If we find Geller there," Rachel said, her eyes fixed on the road ahead, "we end this. One way or another." The drive was tense, each minute stretching endlessly as we imagined what might be happening to Emma. Had she reached the extraction point already? Was she alone, or had they found her? Was she still herself, or had the programming taken full control? We reached the Oregon coast shortly after midnight. The vacation home was on a private road, set back from the highway and isolated from neighboring properties by dense forest. Rachel killed the headlights as we approached, navigating the last quarter mile by moonlight filtering through breaks in the clouds. The house came into view, weathered cedar siding, a sloped roof, and the distinctive red door visible even in the dim light. A single window was illuminated, casting a warm glow onto the wet ground below. Someone was inside. We parked behind a stand of trees, out of sight from the house, and approached on foot. The rain had eased to a drizzle, but the ground was sodden, our footsteps nearly silent on the soft earth. Carlos's team hadn't arrived yet. We would have to proceed alone, at least initially. "Circle around back," Rachel whispered. "I'll take the front. If you see Emma, do whatever you need to do to get her away from the house. Don't wait for me." I nodded, squeezing her hand briefly before we separated. The weight of the gun was heavy in my pocket as I made my way through the trees, skirting the edge of the property until I had a clear view of the rear of the house. A small deck extended from the back, with sliding glass doors leading into what appeared to be a living room. Through the glass, I could see movement, a figure passing back and forth. Too tall to be Emma. An adult pacing. I crept closer, keeping to the shadows. The rain provided good cover, masking small sounds and reducing visibility. When I reached the edge of the deck, I crouched low, listening. Voices drifted from inside, a man speaking, his tone measured and calm. I couldn't make out the words, but something about the cadence was familiar. A moment later, I heard a response, higher, younger. "Emma." My heart raced. She was alive, conscious, apparently unharmed. I needed to see her to assess her condition before taking action. Slowly, I raised my head just enough to peer through the glass. The living room was simply furnished, a couch, a few chairs, a stone fireplace with a small fire burning. Emma sat in one of the chairs, her posture relaxed but her expression blank, distant. Standing near the fireplace was Martin Geller. I ducked back down, pulse pounding in my ears. He'd found her. Or more accurately, he'd arranged for her to come to him, triggering whatever new programming they'd managed to implant. I needed to get inside, but the sliding door would be locked, and breaking it would announce my presence immediately. I had to find another way in or coordinate with Rachel for a simultaneous entry. As I considered my options, the voices inside grew louder, more distinct. "Almost time," Geller was saying. Just a few more minutes to complete the calibration. Yes, sir? Emma's voice, flat and emotionless. Not my daughter's voice at all. You've done very well, Subject 11. The journey was long, but you followed your directives perfectly. Thank you, sir. My blood boiled at the exchange. They had stripped away her personality, her will, reducing her to an obedient automaton. Whatever they'd done to re-establish control, it appeared to be working fully now. I had to act. With or without Rachel, I couldn't let this continue another minute. I was just about to move when a hand clamped over my mouth from behind. I struggled immediately, reaching for my gun, but a familiar voice hissed in my ear. It's me, Carlos. The hand released me, and I turned to find Carlos crouched beside me, dressed in black tactical gear. Behind him were two similarly outfitted figures, their faces obscured by balaclavas. Rachel's with my team at the front, Carlos whispered. We have the house surrounded. Relief washed over me. Emma's inside with Geller. He's done something to her mind. She's following his commands. Carlos nodded grimly. We expected as much. My team has a device similar to the neural disruptor Rachel created, but more powerful. It can break the new programming, but we need to get it close to Emma. What's the plan? Simultaneous entry, front and back. We secure Geller, you get the disruptor to Emma. It wasn't ideal, I would have preferred to get Emma out of the house first, away from any potential crossfire, but time was critical. Who knew what Geller's ultimate intentions were, what final programming he might be about to implement? Carlos handed me a small device, similar to the one Rachel had given me at the clinic but with additional components. Press this button when you're within 3 feet of her, he instructed. The effect is harmless to normal neural function but will disrupt any artificially implanted pathways. I pocketed the device and drew my gun. I'm ready. Carlos spoke quietly into a throat microphone, coordinating with the team at the front of the house. After a brief exchange, he raised 3 fingers, counting down silently. 3, 2, 1. The sliding glass door exploded inward as one of Carlos's team breached it with a compact battering ram. Simultaneously, we heard the crash of the front door being forced open. I rushed in behind Carlos, gun raised, immediately seeking Emma. She hadn't moved from her chair, still staring ahead with that vacant expression, seemingly unperturbed by the violent entry. Geller, however, had reacted instantly. He'd drawn a weapon of his own and taken position behind a heavy oak cabinet, using it as cover while he assessed the threat. Neurosync is finished, Geller. Carlos shouted. Drop your weapon. You're making a mistake, Geller called back, his voice steady despite the chaos. This is government-sanctioned research. You're interfering with national security. While they exchanged words, I moved along the wall toward Emma, staying low to avoid Geller's line of sight. She remained motionless in the chair, awaiting instructions that hadn't come. Emma, I whispered as I drew closer. Emma, it's Dad. No response. Not even a flicker of recognition in her eyes. I was almost within reach when Geller noticed my movement. He swung his gun toward me, firing twice in rapid succession. The shots went wide, splintering the wall behind me. Subject 11, Defensive Protocol. Geller barked. Emma's demeanor changed instantly. She rose from the chair with fluid, purposeful movements, placing herself between Geller and the advancing team. A human shield. Stop. I shouted, raising my hand. Hold your fire. That's my daughter. Carlos signaled his team to pause their advance, though their weapons remained trained on Geller. You see the problem you're in, Geller said, his confidence returning. Subject 11 will protect me with her life. Are you willing to risk that? Emma, listen to me, I pleaded, lowering my gun but keeping the neural disruptor concealed in my other hand. This isn't you. You're being controlled. Her eyes flickered toward me, empty of recognition but focusing on the potential threat I represented. She can't hear you, Geller said. Not in any meaningful way. The neural pathways we've established override conscious thought, conscious choice. She's operating on pure directive now. Let her go, I said, addressing Geller directly. Whatever you want, whatever you need, take me instead. I'll cooperate fully. He laughed, a short, dismissive sound. You? What value would you have? No, Mr. Cassidy. Subject 11 is the culmination of years of research, millions in development. She's going nowhere. From the corner of my eye, I saw Rachel edging into the room from the hallway that led from the front door. She'd circled around while Carlos and his team held Geller's attention. She caught my eye briefly, a silent communication passing between us. She was working her way toward Emma from behind. I needed to keep Geller talking, keep his focus on me. What happens next, then? You can't leave. You're surrounded. Reinforcements are already en route, he replied coolly. And Subject 11 is quite capable of handling herself until they arrive. He glanced at Emma. Combat protocol initiate. Neutralize all hostiles except primary handler. To my horror, Emma's posture shifted again, becoming more aggressive, balanced on the balls of her feet like a fighter preparing to engage. My 12-year-old daughter programmed for combat. Now, I shouted to Rachel. She lunged forward, pressing something against the back of Emma's neck, another neural disruptor. Simultaneously, I rushed forward with my own device, reaching for Emma's arm. Emma reacted with inhuman speed, spinning to strike Rachel with a precise blow to the sternum that sent her staggering backward. Then she turned to me, eyes cold and calculating, evaluating the threat I posed. "Emma, please," I begged, still advancing despite the danger. "It's Dad. You know me." She hesitated just for a fraction of a second, a momentary glitch in the programming. It was enough. I closed the distance and pressed the disruptor against her temple, activating it with my thumb. The device emitted a soft blue pulse. Emma went rigid, her eyes widening. Then she collapsed, just as she had at the cabin months before. I caught her, lowering her gently to the floor. Geller, seeing his protection neutralized, fired wildly toward Carlos and his team, forcing them to take cover. Then he bolted for the hallway Rachel had emerged from, clearly hoping to reach another exit. Rachel, recovering from Emma's strike, drew her own weapon and fired at him as he passed. The shot caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around but not stopping his momentum. He disappeared down the hallway, Rachel in pursuit. "Stay with Emma." I called to Carlos, then followed after them. The hallway led to a kitchen, then to a mud room with a door to the outside. It stood open, rain and wind gusting in. Geller had made it outside. Rachel was at the door, peering into the darkness. "He's heading for the boathouse," she said, pointing to a small structure visible at the edge of the lake. "There must be a vehicle there." Together, we pursued him, rain soaking us immediately as we left the shelter of the house. The ground was treacherous, mud sucking at our feet, slowing our progress. Ahead, Geller was struggling too, his wounded shoulder clearly hampering him. He reached the boathouse before us, disappearing inside. By the time we arrived, we could hear an engine sputtering to life, a boat preparing to escape across the lake. Rachel shot the padlock off the boathouse door, and we burst inside to find Geller already backing a small motorboat away from the dock. He fired at us with his remaining strength, the shots going wild as he struggled to aim one-handed. "Stop, Geller," Rachel shouted. "There's nowhere to go." "There's always somewhere," he replied, his voice strained but still defiant. "Neurosync is bigger than me, bigger than any of us. The work will continue." "Not with my daughter," I said, taking careful aim at the boat's engine. I fired twice, the shots deafening in the enclosed space of the boathouse. The engine sputtered and died, black smoke rising from where my bullets had struck. The boat drifted to a stop only a few yards from the dock. Geller looked from the ruined engine to us, calculation evident in his eyes. He was wounded, outnumbered, his escape cut off. Yet he didn't surrender. Instead, he raised his gun one more time, aiming not at us but at his own head. "Long live the project," he said calmly, then pulled the trigger. The sound echoed across the lake, frightening a group of ducks into flight from the far shore. Then there was only the patter of rain on the boathouse roof and the gentle lapping of waves against the dock. Rachel and I stood in stunned silence for a moment, processing what had just happened. Geller was dead, but his final words lingered ominously. The project, Neurosync, would it really continue without him? "We need to get back to Emma," Rachel said finally, turning away from the grisly scene in the boat. We hurried back to the house, finding Carlos kneeling beside Emma, who was beginning to stir. Her eyes fluttered open as I dropped to my knees beside her, gathering her into my arms. "Dad," she murmured, confused but present. Herself again. "What happened? Where are we?" "You're safe now," I assured her, my voice thick with emotion. "Everything's going to be okay." Carlos stood, giving us space. "My team has secured the perimeter. No sign of Geller's reinforcements yet, but we should move quickly regardless." I nodded, helping Emma to her feet. She was unsteady, disoriented, but physically unharmed. "Geller's dead," I told Carlos. "Self-inflicted." He absorbed this with a grim nod. "That complicates things. We needed him alive for testimony." "He said the project would continue without him," Rachel added. "That Neurosync is bigger than any individual." "He's probably right," Carlos admitted. "We've cut off one head, but the Hydra has many more." Emma looked between us, struggling to piece together what had happened. "I don't remember how I got here," she said, distress evident in her voice. "The last thing I remember is doing homework in my room. They found a way to reactivate the programming," Rachel explained gently. "A new frequency, a new delivery method. But we've disrupted it again. You're free now." "Until the next time," Emma said, a maturity beyond her years evident in her understanding. They'll keep trying, won't they? None of us had the heart to lie to her. Yes, I said, but we'll keep fighting back. And we're getting better at it each time. Carlos's team had begun a thorough search of the house, looking for technology, documentation, anything that might help us understand how Geller had managed to re-establish control over Emma and whether others might be similarly affected. In a small room off the main bedroom, they found what we'd been looking for, a sophisticated setup of computers and specialized equipment. Rachel examined it with growing horror. This is far beyond what we were developing at Neurosync when I was there, she said. They've miniaturized the technology, increased its power and range. Can you figure out how he did it? I asked. How he got to Emma despite all our precautions? Rachel was already downloading data from the computers, copying everything onto secure drives. I'll need time to analyze it properly, but from what I can see, they're using a completely different frequency spectrum now. The immunity from the first disruptor wouldn't have protected against this. So we need new defenses. Yes, and quickly. Because if Geller was right about reinforcements, she didn't need to finish the thought. We were still in danger, perhaps more than ever. Carlos approached, his expression grave. We need to move. Now. My team just intercepted communications suggesting a response team is en route. ETA 15 minutes. We left immediately, abandoning Rachel's car in favor of the unmarked vehicles Carlos's team had arrived in. As we pulled away from the house, I held Emma close, her head resting against my shoulder as exhaustion overtook her. Where are we going now? She asked sleepily. Somewhere safe, I promised, though I was beginning to wonder if such a place existed for us anymore. Carlos directed his drivers to a small private airfield about 30 miles inland. A jet was waiting, fueled and ready for immediate departure. Where are you taking us? I asked as we boarded. That depends, Carlos replied. The safe house in Maplewood is compromised. We need to completely disappear this time. International, Rachel suggested. He nodded. It's the safest option. New identities, new continent. Somewhere they won't think to look. The weight of it settled over me. Not just a new town or state this time, but a new country. A complete severance from anything familiar, anything that might connect us to our past. What about your investigation? I asked. The Justice Department, the evidence against Neurosync? It continues, Carlos assured me. But you three need to be as far from it as possible. For your safety and for the integrity of the case. As the jet took off into the night sky, Emma finally succumbed to sleep, her breathing deep and even. Rachel sat across from us, her face illuminated by the soft cabin lights, her expression a complex mixture of determination and fear. Will it ever be over? I asked quietly, not expecting a real answer. I don't know, she admitted, but we'll keep her safe. Whatever it takes. I nodded, tightening my arm around Emma's sleeping form. Whatever it takes. It had become our mantra, our promise to each other and to her. The jet carried us through the night, away from everything we knew, toward an uncertain future. But we were together. And for now, that had to be enough. 3 years later, I stood on a rocky beach on the southern coast of Australia, watching Emma, now 15, sketching the dramatic coastline. She'd grown taller, her features sharpening as childhood softened into adolescence. Her art had developed too, becoming more sophisticated, more confident. It was her sanctuary, her way of processing a life that had been anything but normal. Rachel sat nearby, her hair shorter now, streaked with more gray than when we'd first arrived in this remote coastal town. She was writing in her journal as she did most evenings, documenting our days, but also continuing her analysis of Neurosync's technology. Understanding it was her way of fighting back, of ensuring Emma remained free from their influence. Our life here was quiet, deliberate in its ordinariness. I taught at the local school. Rachel worked remotely as a scientific consultant for a research institute in Sydney. Emma attended school, made friends, joined the local art club. We were the Thornton family, immigrants from Canada seeking a simpler life. Our actual nationality was just one of many fabrications that made up our new existence. Carlos communicated with us sparingly through secure channels, updating us on the ongoing investigation. Neurosync had been officially disbanded, its assets seized, several executives imprisoned. But key personnel had disappeared, taking research and technology with them. The threat remained, submerged but not eliminated. We maintained our vigilance. New neural disruptors designed by Rachel based on what she learned from Geller's equipment were always close at hand. We avoided certain technologies, certain frequencies. Emma underwent regular scans to check for any signs of external influence. It wasn't a normal life, not by any standard measure. But it was ours. And over time, we'd found moments of joy, of connection, even of peace within its constraints. Dad, come look at this, Emma called, waving me over to where she sat on a large, flat rock. I made my way across the beach to join her, curious to see what she was working on. Her sketchbook was open to a striking drawing of the coastline at sunset, the rock formations emerging from the sea like sentinels. It's beautiful, I said, sitting beside her. You've really captured the light. She smiled, pleased by the compliment, but also a little embarrassed, as teens often are by parental praise. Thanks. I'm thinking of entering it in the regional art competition. Ms. Harrington says I have a good chance. You absolutely should, I agreed. Your work deserves to be seen. She hesitated, turning to a new page in her sketchbook. I've been drawing something else too. Something from before. The new page revealed a detailed rendering of a house with a red door and blue shutters sitting beside a lake. The vacation home where Geller had taken her, where we'd finally ended his threat. She'd drawn it with perfect accuracy, though she claimed to have no conscious memory of being there. Do you remember it now? I asked carefully. She shook her head. Not really. It's more like a feeling. A sense of having been there. The images come to me sometimes when I'm falling asleep. She looked up at me, concern in her eyes. Is that bad? Should I tell Mom? No, it's not bad, I assured her. It's normal for fragments of memory to surface, especially during that transitional state between wakefulness and sleep. But yes, we should tell your mother. We don't keep secrets from each other, remember? This was our family rule established in those first difficult days after fleeing to Australia. No secrets, no matter how small or insignificant they might seem. Secrets created vulnerabilities, gaps that could be exploited. Emma nodded, turning to wave Rachel over. As we sat together on that rocky beach, discussing the drawing and what it might mean, I was struck by how far we'd come. From broken family to united front. From victim to survivor. It hadn't been easy, and the journey was far from over. But we had faced the darkness together and emerged, if not unscathed, then at least unbroken. The sun began to set over the southern ocean, casting long shadows across the beach. In the distance, lights from our small town began to twinkle on, one by one. It would soon be time to head home, to lock our doors and windows, to check our security systems before sleep. The rituals of our vigilant life. But for now, we sat together on that rocky shore, three people bound by blood and trauma and love, watching the day end and the night begin. And in that moment, despite everything, I felt something that had been rare in our journey. I felt hope. Hope that one day the face at the window would fade from our nightmares. Hope that the programming in Emma's mind would remain dormant, eventually atrophying into nothing. Hope that those who sought to control her would give up, move on, find other subjects for their twisted experiments. It was a fragile hope, perhaps even a foolish one. But I clung to it nonetheless, letting it warm me as the evening chill settled over the beach. Time to go home, Rachel said, closing her journal and standing. Home. Such a simple word, yet so complicated for us. Home was no longer a place, it was a state of being. A state where the three of us were together, safe, ourselves. As we gathered our things and began the walk back to town, Emma fell into step beside me, her arm linking through mine in a gesture that was becoming rarer as she grew more independent. Dad, she said quietly, do you think we'll ever stop running? I considered my answer carefully, wanting to be honest without destroying that fragile hope I just acknowledged to myself. I think one day they'll stop chasing. The people who want to control you will find it's not worth the effort, the risk, and then we won't be running anymore. We'll just be living. She seemed to accept this, nodding thoughtfully. I'd like that. Just living. It sounds nice. It does, doesn't it? I squeezed her arm gently. And until then, we keep doing what we've been doing. We stay alert, we stay together, and we find moments of joy where we can. Like tonight, she said. Watching the sunset. Exactly like tonight. We walked in companionable silence the rest of the way home, the sound of waves breaking against the shore a constant backdrop to our thoughts. The future remained uncertain, full of potential threats and challenges. But we had survived this far. We had found strength we didn't know we possessed, resilience that continued to astonish me. Whatever came next, we would face it as we had faced everything else. Together, vigilant, determined. And sometimes, on quiet evenings like this one, allowing ourselves to hope that the face in the window, that harbinger of all our troubles, had finally, permanently turned away. In my nightmares, I still see him. Martin Geller. The man who broke into our house, who pursued us across the country, who tried to steal my daughter's mind and turn her into something she was never meant to be. In these dreams, he doesn't die in that boathouse. Instead, he smiles at me across an impossible distance, a knowing smile that says, this isn't over. And perhaps it isn't. Perhaps somewhere, in some secret laboratory or hidden bunker, the research continues. The project, as Geller called it. Perhaps they're still looking for Emma, still developing ways to reach her, to control her, to use her for purposes I can barely comprehend. But in the light of day, watching my daughter sketch the coastline or laugh with friends or argue with her mother about curfew, these fears recede. Not because they're unreasonable, we know all too well how reasonable they are, but because we refuse to let them define us. We've built a life here, imperfect but real. We've created moments of normalcy within the framework of our constant vigilance. We've learned to find joy despite the shadows that occasionally darken our door. And most importantly, Emma is herself. Not Subject 11. Not Olivia Thornton. Just Emma, my bright, resilient, artistic daughter who somehow survived having her mind violated in ways most people couldn't imagine. She remembers more than she lets on. I see it sometimes in the way she freezes when certain tones or frequencies sound, a car alarm, feedback from a microphone, even certain musical compositions. I see it in the way she meticulously checks her surroundings, a habit neither Rachel nor I taught her but which she developed on her own. Self-protection becoming instinct. Rachel believes the programming is still there, dormant beneath layers of normal neural activity. Not active, not controlling, but present nonetheless, like a virus in remission. The disruptors didn't erase what neurosync did, they merely severed the pathways that allowed external control. This is our reality now. Constant vigilance wrapped in the trappings of ordinary life. Always watching for signs, for triggers, for faces at windows. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if we're the ones being watched. Winter came to our stretch of Australian coastline with wind-whipped rain and churning seas. Nothing like the snow-blanketed winters of our former life, but imposing in its own way. The tourists disappeared from the beaches and the small town settled into its quieter, off-season rhythm. It had been nearly 6 months since Emma's drawing of the lake house, with no further incidents to concern us. She was thriving in school, particularly in her art classes, where her teacher had begun suggesting she consider art schools after graduation. The thought of Emma going off to university, even an Australian one, filled me with both pride and terror. How could we protect her if she was hours away? How could we monitor for signs of reactivation? But that was still years away. A problem for another day. On this particular evening, rain lashed against the windows of our modest house, the wind howling through the east. Emma was at a friend's house working on a school project, and Rachel and I were taking advantage of the rare evening alone to discuss matters we typically kept from Emma. Carlos sent an update, Rachel said, setting her laptop on the kitchen table between us. They've identified 3 more neurosync researchers who went underground after the company was officially disbanded. All were involved in the neural conditioning project. I studied the photographs on the screen, 2 men and a woman, all with the bland, unremarkable appearances of career scientists. People you'd pass on the street without a second glance. People who had helped design the technology that had nearly stolen my daughter's mind. Any indication they're still active? Still developing the technology? Rachel scrolled through the report. Nothing concrete. But they're all employed by separate research institutions now, all working on projects involving brain-computer interfaces and neural mapping. Different names, same fundamental research. And Emma? I asked the question that was always foremost in my mind. Any signs they're still looking for her specifically? Not according to Carlos's intelligence. The focus seems to be on developing the technology further, not on recapturing previous test subjects. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. But that doesn't mean they wouldn't take advantage if an opportunity presented itself. I nodded, understanding the implication. We couldn't afford to lower our guard, even after 3 years of relative peace. There's something else, Rachel continued, her expression growing more troubled. Carlos has been monitoring some concerning patterns in international research publications. Papers on neural oscillation, sleep state suggestibility, subliminal programming, all increasing exponentially over the past year. You think it's related to neurosync? I think knowledge of this technology is spreading, becoming more mainstream in certain scientific circles. What was once a classified, compartmentalized project is now being pursued by multiple entities, both governmental and private. She closed the laptop, meeting my gaze directly. The genie is out of the bottle, James. And I don't think it can be put back. The implications were chilling. If this technology became widespread, how many others might face what Emma had endured? How many might not be as fortunate as she had been, with people who recognized what was happening and knew how to fight it? We need to go public, I said suddenly. With everything we know. Expose it all. Rachel's expression was somber. Carlos has been considering that. But the risks are substantial, not just to the investigation, but to us. To Emma. Going public would mean revealing ourselves, making us visible again to whatever remnants of neurosync are still out there. So we just hide forever? Watch as this technology spreads, knowing what it can do. I didn't say that, she replied, her tone gentle but firm. I'm saying we need to be strategic. Careful. Emma's safety has to be our first priority. She was right, of course. As much as I wanted to fight to expose the truth, I couldn't risk Emma's safety or well-being. Not after everything she'd already endured. The house phone rang, interrupting our discussion. Few people had this number: Emma, her friend's parents, the school, and Carlos in case of emergency. Rachel answered, her posture immediately tensing as she listened. Yes, she's supposed to be there until 9. She left? How long ago? I see. No, I'm sure there's a simple explanation. Thank you for calling. She hung up, turning to me with concern etched on her face. Emma left her friend's house nearly 2 hours ago. Said she wasn't feeling well and was going to walk home. Ice formed in my stomach. It's less than a kilometer. She should have been home long before now. We both moved at once, grabbing jackets and car keys. The storm had intensified, rain hammering against the roof as we hurried to the car. I tried Emma's cell phone as Rachel drove, but it went straight to voicemail. Could be the weather, Rachel said, but her knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Cell service gets spotty during storms. We drove the route Emma would have walked, peering through rain-streaked windows for any sign of her. The streets were nearly deserted, most people sensibly indoors on such a night. No teenage girl walking alone. No one at all. The beach, I said suddenly. Check the beach path. Emma often took the longer route home along the coastal path, especially when she wanted time to think. It wasn't practical in this weather, but if something had triggered her, if the programming had somehow reactivated, logical behavior wouldn't be a factor. Rachel nodded grimly, turning the car toward the beach access point. We parked and continued on foot, flashlights cutting through the darkness as rain soaked us within seconds. The coastal path was treacherous in the storm, mud slick beneath our feet, the sea violently crashing against the rocks below. We called Emma's name, our voices swallowed by the wind and waves. After 20 minutes of searching, I was about to suggest we return to the car and call for help when my flashlight beam caught a splash of color against the dark rocks ahead. A backpack, Emma's backpack, abandoned on the path. Rachel, I shouted, running toward it. Over here. The backpack was soaked through, its contents, textbooks, notebooks, her phone, similarly drenched. But no sign of Emma herself. She wouldn't leave her things, Rachel said, her voice tight with fear. Not voluntarily. I scanned the area frantically, swinging the flashlight beam across rocks and scrubby vegetation. That's when I saw it, a narrow trail leading away from the main path toward a cluster of boulders that formed a natural shelter from the storm. This way, I said, already moving toward it. The trail was barely visible, more suggestion than actual path, but it led unmistakably toward the boulders. As we approached, I could make out a dark opening between two of the largest rocks, a small cave or overhang. Emma? I called, directing my flashlight into the darkness. Emma, are you in there? No response, but something reflected the light back at me, a pair of eyes gleaming in the darkness. Not human. Some kind of animal, perhaps. Rachel had her own flashlight out now, adding its beam to mine. The combined light revealed the small space more clearly, and what I'd taken for animal eyes was actually the reflection from a small metallic device placed at the back of the shallow cave. What is that? I murmured, stepping closer. Rachel grabbed my arm, stopping me. Wait, don't approach it yet. She examined the device from a distance, her expression growing increasingly alarmed. James, that looks like neural transmitter technology. Advanced. More sophisticated than anything I've seen before. A trap, I realized. Set for Emma. Or triggered by her, Rachel added grimly. This might be what drew her here, a signal calibrated specifically to her neural patterns, compelling her to seek out the source. Then where is she now? I demanded, panic rising in my throat. Rachel was already scanning the surrounding area with her flashlight. If the device activated when she found it, it could have triggered a programmed response. A directive to go somewhere else. The house by the lake, I said, remembering Emma's drawing. That was the extraction point Geller programmed. Possibly. Or somewhere new. Rachel knelt to examine the device more closely, careful not to touch it. This is transmitting. Currently active. Can you disable it? She shook her head. Not without proper equipment. And tampering with it might trigger a failsafe or alert whoever placed it here. So we leave it? For now. She stood, decision made. We need to find Emma first. If this device called her here, there might be evidence of where she went next. We expanded our search, moving in widening circles from the boulders. The rain had at least partially subsided, making visibility marginally better. After several tense minutes, I spotted something footprints in a patch of mud, leading away from the cave and continuing along the coast, away from town. This way, I called to Rachel, already following the trail. The footprints continued for nearly half a kilometer, sometimes disappearing on rocky ground only to reappear in the next muddy patch. They led with ominous directness toward a part of the coast I recognized, a small cove with a boat launch used primarily by local fishermen. As we approached the cove, I could make out a figure standing at the end of the small pier, a slender silhouette outlined against the churning sea beyond. "Emma!" I shouted, breaking into a run. She didn't turn, didn't acknowledge my call. She remained motionless at the pier's edge, staring out at the water. As we drew closer, I could see she was soaked to the skin, her hair plastered to her head, her clothes clinging to her shivering frame. But she showed no awareness of her physical discomfort, her posture rigid and unnatural. "Emma," I said more softly as we reached the pier. "It's Dad. And Mom. We're here to take you home." Slowly, she turned to face us. Her eyes were open but vacant, her expression blank. When she spoke, her voice was flat, devoid of its usual animation. "Extraction protocol initiated. Awaiting transport." My heart sank. The programming had indeed been reactivated, triggered by the device in the cave. Emma, my Emma, was once again buried beneath layers of artificial neural pathways and implanted directives. "Emma, listen to me," I said, taking a cautious step toward her. "This isn't you. You're being controlled again. But we can help you. We've done it before." No response. Not even a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Rachel moved to my side, speaking in a low voice. "The neural disruptors are at home. We need to get her there. And if she resists? If she's been programmed to fight us again? Then we'll have to restrain her," Rachel said grimly. "For her own safety." I nodded, hating what we might have to do but seeing no alternative. We approached Emma carefully, one on either side, ready for any sudden movement or resistance. "We're going to take you home now," I told her, keeping my voice calm and steady. "Everything's going to be okay." "Negative," she responded in that same flat voice. "Extraction protocol requires this location. Transport imminent." "What transport, Emma?" Rachel asked. "Who's coming for you?" "Classification level exceeds authorization. Information restricted." Rachel and I exchanged concerned glances. This was new. The programming seemed more sophisticated than before, with security protocols and information compartmentalization. "We need to move her now," Rachel urged, "before whoever set that trap arrives." I nodded, and together we each took one of Emma's arms, prepared to physically guide or carry her if necessary. To my surprise, she didn't resist initially, allowing herself to be turned away from the edge of the pier. But after a few steps, she suddenly stiffened, her head turning toward the sea. "Transport approaching," she announced. "Remain at extraction point." I followed her gaze and saw it, a light on the water moving steadily toward the cove. "A boat coming through the storm." "Run," Rachel said urgently. "We need to get her away from here." We tried to pull Emma along, but now she actively resisted, her strength surprising for her size. The programming had apparently enhanced her physical capabilities, just as it had at the lake house years before. "No," she shouted, the first real emotion she'd shown. "I must remain for extraction." "Emma, please," I begged, still trying to move her toward shore. "This isn't you. You're being controlled." The boat was getting closer, its engine now audible over the storm. We were running out of time. In desperation, I scooped Emma up bodily, intending to carry her off the pier despite her struggles. But she fought with unexpected ferocity, her elbow connecting with my jaw hard enough to make me stagger. She broke free, backing away from us toward the end of the pier again. "Stay back," she warned, her voice still eerily flat despite the aggression of her posture. "Further interference will trigger defensive protocols." The boat was at the mouth of the cove now, its searchlight sweeping over the water toward the pier. Any moment, it would find us, and whoever had set this trap would have exactly what they came for: Emma, reprogrammed and ready for extraction. Rachel pulled me aside, speaking urgently into my ear. "The neural commands require specific frequencies to maintain. If we can disrupt those frequencies even temporarily." "How?" "The disruptors are at home." "Water," she said simply. "Total immersion in water can temporarily interrupt the signal transmission, especially in a high-stress situation. It's not permanent, but it might give us a window." I understood immediately. "We have to get her into the sea." Rachel nodded grimly. "I'll distract her. You push her in. Be ready to dive in after her. She may not be able to swim in this state." It was a desperate plan, with significant risks given the churning sea and the storm. But we were out of options. Rachel circled to Emma's left, drawing her attention. "Emma, listen to me. This is your mother speaking. The programming is making your brain utilize abnormal neural pathways. You can fight this. Remember who you are. While she spoke, I moved silently to Emma's right, positioning myself for a swift, decisive push. The boat was now entering the cove proper, its searchlight sweeping closer to the pier with each passing second. "Now!" Rachel shouted. I lunged forward, catching Emma off guard and pushing her with all my strength toward the edge of the pier. For a moment, she teetered on the brink, arms windmilling. Then she fell, hitting the dark water with a splash that was swallowed by the sounds of the storm. I dove in immediately after her, the cold shocking my system as I plunged beneath the surface. The sea was turbulent, visibility nearly zero in the darkness. I searched frantically, lungs burning, until my hand connected with fabric, Emma's jacket. I pulled her toward me, kicking hard for the surface. We broke into the air together, Emma gasping and sputtering, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. But real fear now, human fear, not the blank compliance of the programmed state. "Dad," she choked out between coughs. Where are we? What's happening?" Relief flooded through me. The shock of the cold water had indeed disrupted the programming, at least temporarily. My Emma was back. "Hold onto me," I instructed, beginning to swim toward the shore rather than back to the pier. "Don't let go, no matter what." Rachel had already run down to where the pier met the land, ready to help us out of the water. Behind us, the boat's searchlight had found the pier and was now scanning the surrounding water, looking for its lost quarry. Emma and I swam as quietly as possible, staying low in the water to minimize our profile. The cold was beginning to affect us both, our movements growing sluggish. But fear and adrenaline kept us going, stroke after stroke through the choppy waves. We reached the shore just as the boat arrived at the pier. Rachel helped pull us from the water, immediately wrapping Emma in her own jacket despite the rain. "We need to move," she urged, supporting Emma, who was shivering violently now. "Back to the car, as quickly and quietly as possible." We half-carried Emma up the beach and onto a trail that ran parallel to the one we'd followed earlier, keeping to the shadows and vegetation for cover. Behind us, we could hear voices from the boat, sharp commands, the sound of feet on the wooden pier. "They'll figure out we're not there soon," Rachel said grimly. "And they'll start searching." "Who are they, Mom?" Emma asked through chattering teeth. "What's happening to me?" "The same people as before," I told her, not seeing any reason to hide the truth. "They found a way to reactivate the programming. But it's temporary, the water disrupted it." "I remember going to the cave," she said, her voice small and frightened. I heard something, a high-pitched tone coming from my phone. Then, nothing. Just flashes. Standing on the pier. Feeling like I had to stay there, that someone was coming for me. We had reached the car, parked where we'd left it near the beach access point. Rachel started the engine immediately, turning the heater on full blast as Emma and I huddled in the back seat, both soaked and freezing. "Home?" Rachel asked, glancing in the rearview mirror. I shook my head. "They might go there next. It's not safe." "The police?" Emma suggested. Rachel and I exchanged looks. We'd avoided local authorities for 3 years, unsure how far NeuroSync's influence might extend. But at this point, we had few options. "Not yet," Rachel decided. "First, we need to get somewhere safe, get Emma dry and warm, and use the neural disruptor to ensure the programming is fully neutralized." "Carlos," I suggested. "He has a contact in Melbourne. A safe house we can use until he can arrange extraction." Rachel nodded, already pulling onto the road. "I'll call him once we're out of town." As we drove through the stormy night, leaving behind the coastal town that had been our home for 3 years, I held Emma close, willing my own body heat to warm her. She was still shivering, but her eyes were clear, present herself again, at least for now. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I should have been more careful. Should have noticed something was wrong." "This isn't your fault," I told her firmly. "None of it is. The people doing this, they're experts at manipulation, at hiding their methods. There's no way you could have known. But I led them straight to us, didn't I? They found us because of me." "We don't know that," Rachel said from the front seat, her eyes meeting Emma's in the rearview mirror. "They might have found us through other means. The important thing is that we're together, and we're going to stay that way." Emma nodded, but I could see the guilt and fear still etched on her face. The burden of knowing she could be used as a weapon against her own family was almost too much to bear. "We'll fix this," I promised her. "Permanently this time." She didn't respond, just leaned her head against my shoulder, exhaustion finally overcoming fear. Within minutes, she was asleep, her breathing deep, and even despite her wet clothes and the motion of the car. "They've escalated," Rachel said quietly once she was sure Emma was truly asleep. "This technology, it's more sophisticated than what Geller was using. The programming seems deeper, more comprehensive." "How is that possible?" "You said the disruptor created a neural immunity. To that specific frequency, yes. But they've clearly found a workaround, a different pathway, a different method of triggering the conditioning. She gripped the steering wheel tighter. It's my fault. I should have anticipated this, should have been working on countermeasures. You couldn't have known, I echoed the words I just said to Emma. We thought we were safe. We're never safe, she replied, her voice hard with self-recrimination. Not as long as this technology exists. Not as long as people know what Emma is capable of when programmed. She was right, of course. Tonight had proven that our years of vigilance, of careful living and constant monitoring hadn't been enough. The threat had found us anyway, had nearly taken Emma from us again. We drove through the night, heading inland away from the coast, away from the town where we built our temporary life. Rachel made the call to Carlos once we were on the highway, explaining the situation in the coded language they'd established for emergencies. His response was immediate and decisive, an address in a small farming community about 3 hours away where a trusted associate would meet us. From there, a plane to an undisclosed location outside Australia, new identities already being prepared. Starting over. Again. As the kilometers passed beneath our wheels, I watched the rhythmic sweep of the windshield wipers, listened to the steady drum of rain on the roof, felt the weight of Emma's head on my shoulder. So much of our lives had been spent running, hiding, looking over our shoulders. Would it ever end? Could we ever truly be free? The neural conditioning technology that had turned my daughter into Subject 11 wasn't going away. If anything, tonight had proven it was evolving, becoming more sophisticated and harder to counter. And as long as it existed, there would be people who wanted to use it and who wanted to use Emma. A sudden resolve crystallized within me. We couldn't keep running forever. Sooner or later, they would find us again, no matter how deeply we hid, no matter what identities we assumed. The only way to truly protect Emma was to eliminate the threat at its source. We need to end this, I said softly. Not just run from it. End it. Rachel glanced at me in the rearview mirror. What are you suggesting? Exposure. Complete and total. Not just to government agencies that might be compromised, but to the world. Everything we know about the technology, the programming methods, the people behind it, all of it made public in a way that can't be covered up or denied. She was silent for a long moment, considering. It would mean coming out of hiding, making ourselves visible, vulnerable. We're already vulnerable. Tonight proved that. At least this way we fight on our terms, not theirs. How would we even do it? We can't just call a press conference or post on social media. They'd shut it down immediately. Carlos, I said. His organization has resources, connections, ways of disseminating information that can't be easily traced or stopped. Rachel nodded slowly. It would be risky. Once the information is out, there's no telling how many different entities might come after Emma, not just NeuroSync or whatever it's calling itself now, but governments, other research organizations, private interests. So we don't include her in the disclosure, I decided. We present the technology itself, the evidence of its misuse, the danger it represents. But we keep Emma's involvement, her specific case, out of it. They'll still know, Rachel pointed out. The people who matter, the ones who've been hunting her, they'll connect the dots. Yes, but they'll have bigger problems to deal with. International scrutiny, public outrage, possibly criminal investigations. Their priority will shift from recovering Emma to saving themselves. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it felt right, more right than simply running again, waiting for the next attempt, the next trap. Emma deserved better than a lifetime spent looking over her shoulder. We'll talk to Carlos, Rachel agreed finally. See what he thinks is possible. But not until Emma is safe and the programming is fully neutralized. I nodded, satisfied with this compromise. My gaze returned to Emma, still sleeping against my shoulder. Whatever happened next, whatever risks we faced, I knew one thing with absolute certainty: I would not let them take her mind again. I would not let them turn my daughter into a weapon or a test subject or whatever else they had planned for Subject 11. No matter what it cost me personally, no matter what I had to do, Emma would remain herself, free, whole, human. The road stretched before us, cutting through the Australian night like a promise of escape. But I knew now that escape wasn't enough. Safety wasn't enough. We needed justice. We needed an end to the threat that had hung over our family for years. And I was ready to do whatever it took to achieve that. The safe house turned out to be a small farm on the outskirts of a town so tiny it barely registered on maps. A weathered man named Garrett met us at the gate, his weathered face betraying no surprise at our bedraggled appearance as he ushered us inside the main house. Carlos called ahead, he explained in a clipped Australian accent. Said you'd need the special equipment in the basement. Neural disruptors? Rachel asked. Garrett nodded. Among other things. Carlos keeps this place well stocked for emergencies. The house was modest but functional, with the sturdy, practical aesthetic of a working farm. But beneath this rural facade lay sophisticated security systems and a basement that looked more like a high-tech laboratory than a root cellar. Emma was awake now but quiet, subdued by the events of the night and the lingering uncertainty of her own mind. The first priority was getting her warm and dry, then using the neural disruptors to ensure the programming was fully neutralized. This might feel strange, Rachel told her as she prepared a device more advanced than the portable ones we'd used before. But it's not painful, and it will help make sure they can't control you again, at least not with the same methods they used tonight. Emma nodded, sitting on a chair in the center of the basement room, her wet hair now wrapped in a towel, her body swallowed by borrowed clothes too big for her slender frame. Will I remember this time? What happened while I was not me? Rachel and I exchanged glances. The truth was, we didn't know. The memories from her programmed states had always been fragmented at best, completely absent at worst. It's hard to say, Rachel answered honestly. But whether you remember or not, I want you to understand something very important. Nothing you did while under their control was your fault. Nothing. Emma nodded again, though her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. How could she be? The violation of having your mind hijacked, your body used without your consent or awareness. It was a trauma unlike any other, and one few people could truly understand. Rachel activated the neural disruptor, a more complex procedure than the portable versions we'd used before. This device emitted patterns of light and sound specifically calibrated to Emma's neural pathways, designed to sever the artificial connections created by the programming while leaving natural brain function intact. Emma's eyes fluttered closed as the procedure began, her body relaxing into the chair. Rachel monitored readings on a nearby screen, making minute adjustments to the disruptor's output. Her neural patterns are different this time, she murmured, concern evident in her voice. The programming is more deeply embedded, using pathways we hadn't seen affected before. Can you neutralize it? I asked, watching Emma's face for any sign of distress. I think so. But it's going to take longer, and it might be more disorienting for her when she wakes up. I nodded, settling in for what might be a long night. Garrett had gone back to the main house, leaving us alone in the high-tech basement with its humming equipment and sterile lighting. As Rachel worked, I found myself thinking about the decision we'd reached in the car to expose everything, to come out of hiding and fight back directly. It still felt right, necessary even. But the risks were enormous, not just to our physical safety but to Emma's psychological well-being. She had been through so much already. The original programming, the escape, the years of vigilance and fear, and now this latest violation. How much more could she endure before the damage became irreparable? Yet the alternative, continuing to run, to hide, always looking over our shoulders, seemed equally damaging in the long term. A life without freedom, without security, without the ability to form lasting connections or pursue her own dreams. No, exposure was the right choice. The only choice that offered any hope of a real future for Emma. After nearly 2 hours, Rachel finally stepped back from the equipment, fatigue evident in every line of her body. It's done. I've neutralized the active programming and reinforced the neural barriers against similar frequencies. Will it hold this time? I asked. She sighed, rubbing her eyes. I don't know. They're clearly developing new methods, finding new ways to access her mind. This should protect against what they used tonight, but they'll keep trying, keep evolving their approach. Yes. She looked at Emma, still unconscious in the chair, her face peaceful for the first time since we'd found her on the pier. They'll never stop, James. Not as long as they know she exists, that she's receptive to this technology. Then we make sure they have bigger concerns, I said, my resolve hardening. We go forward with the plan to expose everything. Rachel nodded, her own determination matching mine. As soon as Emma is stabilized and we're somewhere truly secure, we'll contact Carlos about how to proceed. Emma began to stir, her eyelids fluttering. Rachel immediately moved to her side, taking her hand. Emma? Can you hear me? Slowly, Emma's eyes opened, blinking against the bright lights of the basement laboratory. Mom? Her voice was raspy, disoriented. Where are we? A safe place, Rachel assured her. How do you feel? Emma frowned slightly, as if taking inventory of her own sensations. Weird. Hollow, kind of. Like something was filling up space in my head and now it's gone. That's normal, Rachel said, relief evident in her voice. The programming created artificial neural connections. You're feeling the absence of those connections now that they've been neutralized. Emma's gaze found me, standing a few feet away. Dad? Are you okay? I moved to her other side, taking her free hand. I'm fine, sweetheart. We all are. Did I hurt anyone? When I wasn't me? No, I assured her. You didn't hurt anyone. She seemed to accept this, though her expression remained troubled. I remember more this time. Not everything, but flashes. The cave. The device. The pier. She shuddered, waiting for someone to come take me away. But they didn't, Rachel said firmly. They didn't get you. And we're going to make sure they never do again. Emma looked between us, sensing something in our tone. How? By running again? Finding a new place to hide? I glanced at Rachel, who nodded slightly. Emma deserved to know the truth, to be part of the decision that would affect her life so profoundly. No, I said. Not this time. This time, we're going to fight back. Expose everything, the technology, the people behind it, what they've been doing. Make it too big to cover up, too public to continue in the shadows. Emma's eyes widened. But won't that be dangerous? For all of us. Yes, Rachel admitted. It will be risky. But continuing as we have been is risky too, in different ways. Tonight proved that. Emma was silent for a long moment, processing this. What about me? Will people know about what was done to me? Not if we can help it, I assured her. We'll focus on the technology itself, the broader implications. Your specific case would remain private. But the people who've been after me, they'll know it was us making the exposure. Yes, Rachel said. But they'll have much bigger problems to deal with. International attention, public scrutiny, possibly criminal investigations. Emma nodded slowly, thinking it through. So we'd still have to hide, at least for a while. Still have to be careful. Yes, I confirmed. But with a purpose now. An end goal. Not just running indefinitely. And if it works, Rachel added, if we can truly expose this technology and the people developing it, then eventually you could have a normal life. Go to university. Pursue your art. Whatever you want. The hope that flickered across Emma's face at these words was almost painful to see, a reminder of how much she'd sacrificed, how much normal teenage life she'd missed in our years of hiding and vigilance. I want that, she said softly. I want to stop being afraid all the time. Then we do this, I said. Together, as a family. Emma straightened in her chair, a new determination evident despite her exhaustion. What do we do first? First, you rest, Rachel said firmly. The neural disruption procedure takes a toll on your system. You need sleep. And then we contact Carlos, I said. Start planning how to gather and disseminate everything we know. Build a case so compelling, so irrefutable that it can't be dismissed or covered up. Garrett appeared at the top of the basement stairs. Got a secure call coming in from Carlos. Says it's urgent. Rachel and I exchanged glances. I'll take it, I said. You stay with Emma. I followed Garrett to a small office off the main living area where a laptop sat open on the desk, a secure video call waiting to connect. I sat down and accepted the call, Carlos's familiar face appearing on the screen. James, he said without preamble. We have a situation. The team monitoring communications around your former location intercepted something concerning. They're mobilizing a large-scale operation, not just the team that came for Emma tonight, but multiple units converging from different locations. My stomach tightened. Looking for us? Yes, but it's more than that. They seem to be implementing something called Protocol Sundown. We don't know exactly what that entails, but based on fragmentary intelligence, it appears to be a contingency plan in case one of their subjects breaks programming and threatens to expose the operation. What kind of contingency plan? I asked, though I already suspected the answer. Carlos's expression was grim. Elimination. Of all potential witnesses, all evidence, anyone who might corroborate the subject's claims. The implications hit me like a physical blow. They're not just coming for Emma this time. They're coming for all of us. It appears that way, and they're moving quickly. I've already arranged for immediate extraction. A helicopter will be at the farm in 20 minutes. Be ready. The call ended, leaving me staring at the blank screen, mind racing. Protocol Sundown. Elimination of witnesses. They weren't just trying to recapture Emma anymore, they were trying to erase any evidence she had ever existed, that the programming technology had ever been used on her, including her parents. I hurried back to the basement, finding Rachel helping Emma to her feet, the neural disruption procedure complete. We need to move, I said without preamble. Now. Carlos is sending a helicopter. 20 minutes. Rachel's expression sharpened. What happened? I explained quickly, watching understanding dawn in her eyes. Protocol Sundown, she repeated. That makes sense. If they can't recover her, they eliminate the risk of exposure. What does that mean? Emma asked, looking between us with growing alarm. It means they're not just trying to take you back, I said, deciding honesty was essential at this point. They're trying to eliminate any evidence of what they did to you, including us. Emma's face paled. They're going to kill you? Because of me? No, Rachel said firmly. Not because of you. Because of what they did. Because they're criminals trying to cover their tracks. She turned to me. What's the extraction plan? Helicopter in 20 minutes, now more like 15. Carlos didn't give details on the destination. Rachel nodded, already moving toward the stairs. Get whatever you need. 5 minutes, no more. We moved with the practiced efficiency of people accustomed to emergency evacuations. The go bags we brought from the car contained the bare essentials, changes of clothes, basic toiletries, our most important documents. Garrett provided a backpack for Emma with similar supplies. As we gathered in the farmhouse kitchen waiting for the helicopter, Emma stood by the window, her expression distant. This is never going to end, is it? She asked quietly. They'll always be after us. I moved to stand beside her. It will end. That's what the exposure plan is about. Once the truth is public, they won't be able to operate in the shadows anymore. But what if it doesn't work? What if they're too powerful, have too many resources? It was a valid concern, one that had crossed my own mind. Neurosync, or whatever they were calling themselves now, clearly had extensive resources, influence in multiple countries, and technology that was years ahead of what was publicly known to exist. Then we keep fighting, I said simply. However we can, for as long as we need to. But we don't give up. She nodded, still looking out at the darkness beyond the window. I've been thinking about what you said. About exposing everything but keeping me out of it. She turned to face me fully. I don't think that will work. What do you mean? They need a face, she said. A real person who was affected by this. Evidence that it's not just theoretical. I shook my head immediately. No, absolutely not. Putting you in the public, I would make you an even bigger target. I already am a target, she pointed out. And I'm tired of hiding. Tired of being afraid. Her expression hardened with a resolve that made her look older than her 15 years. I want to fight back. Directly. Rachel had joined us by the window, listening to the exchange. Emma, what you're suggesting is incredibly risky. Once your identity is public, there's no going back. No anonymity ever again. I know, but isn't that true anyway? They found us in Australia. They'll find us wherever we go next. At least this way we choose the battlefield. I wanted to argue, to insist we stick to the original plan of shielding Emma from public exposure. But something in her expression stopped me, a determination, a clarity of purpose that hadn't been there before. This wasn't an impulsive decision born of fear or anger. She had thought this through. We'll discuss it with Carlos, I said finally. See what he thinks about the strategic implications. But Emma, this has to be your choice. Not something you feel pressured into because you think it will protect us. It's my choice, she said firmly. I'm done being a victim. Done having my mind violated and my life controlled by people I've never even seen. If going public means other people don't have to experience what I did, then that's what I want to do. Before I could respond, the distinctive sound of helicopter rotors became audible in the distance, growing louder by the second. That's our ride, Garrett announced, peering through a gap in the curtains. Right on time. We gathered our few belongings and moved outside, where the helicopter was descending onto an open area of the farmyard, its powerful downdraft flattening the grass in concentric circles. As soon as it touched down, a man in tactical gear jumped out, gesturing for us to hurry. Carlos sent me, he shouted over the roar of the rotors. We need to move quickly. Hostile forces have been detected converging on this location. We ran toward the helicopter, ducking low beneath the spinning blades. I helped Emma aboard first, then Rachel, before climbing it myself. Garrett remained behind. This wasn't his fight, and the farm provided plausible deniability for his involvement. The helicopter lifted off immediately, banking sharply to the east as it gained altitude. Through the window, I could see vehicles approaching on the rural road leading to the farm, dark SUVs moving at high speed, their headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. Just in time, our escort commented, noting my gaze. Another 10 minutes and we'd have had company. Where are we going? Rachel asked. First to a private airfield about 30 minutes from here. Then a plane to a secure location. Carlos will brief you once we're airborne and out of Australian airspace. The helicopter sped over the darkened landscape, following a route that deliberately avoided populated areas. Emma sat beside me, her expression calmer now that we were in motion, actively doing something rather than passively hiding or fleeing. When we talked to Carlos, she said quietly, I want to tell him my decision myself. About going public. Okay, I agreed. But promise me you'll really listen to what he has to say about the risks. All of them. This isn't a decision to make lightly. I know, Dad. She managed a small smile. I haven't made it lightly. I've been thinking about it for a long time, actually. Since the lake house, when I first started remembering bits and pieces of what happened when I was not me. I've been living in fear for years, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering when they'd find me again. I don't want to live like that anymore. I put my arm around her shoulders, struck by her resilience, her courage in the face of something that would break many adults. Whatever you decide, your mom and I will be right beside you. That's a promise. The helicopter began its descent about 30 minutes later, approaching a small airfield illuminated only by runway lights. A sleek private jet waited on the tarmac, engines already running. We made the transfer quickly, hustled from helicopter to plane by the same taciturn escort. The jet's interior was surprisingly luxurious, leather seats, polished wood tables, even a small kitchenette area. Carlos's organization has some serious resources, Rachel commented as we settled into our seats. Private donors, our escort explained. People with a vested interest in preventing the kind of technology abuse you've experienced. The jet taxied and took off smoothly, climbing rapidly into the pre-dawn sky. Once we reached cruising altitude, a secure tablet on the table before us activated, revealing Carlos's face. "Good to see you all made it," he said, relief evident in his expression. "How's Emma doing after the neural disruption?" "I'm okay," Emma answered for herself. "Tired, but clear. More myself than I felt in a while." "Good. The new disruption protocol should be more comprehensive than previous versions. We've been working on counteracting their evolving methods." "Where are we going?" I asked. "First to a stopover in Singapore, then on to a secure compound in northern Finland. About as remote and defensible a location as we could arrange on short notice." "And then what?" Emma asked. "More hiding? More running." Carlos studied her through the screen. "That depends on what you want to do next. We have several options, each with their own risks and benefits." "I want to go public," Emma said without hesitation. "With everything. What was done to me, how they did it, who was responsible. All of it." Carlos's expression remained neutral, though I detected a flicker of something concern, perhaps, or admiration in his eyes. "That's a significant decision, Emma. With permanent consequences." "I know, but I'm tired of being a victim. Tired of having my life controlled by fear of what they might do." Her voice strengthened as she spoke. "They tried to turn me into a weapon. I want to turn myself into something they fear instead, the truth that exposes everything they've done." Carlos nodded slowly. It would certainly be a powerful narrative. A child targeted, her mind violated, her family hunted across continents. With your testimony backed by technical evidence from your mother and our documentation of NeuroSync's operations, it would be compelling. But dangerous, Rachel interjected. They'd come after her with everything they have. Yes, Carlos acknowledged. Which is why timing and preparation would be critical. We wouldn't move forward until we had comprehensive security arrangements in place and all the evidence organized and backed up in multiple secure locations. If anything happened to any of you, the complete disclosure would automatically release to major media outlets, law enforcement agencies, and international regulatory bodies worldwide. A dead man's switch, I said. Exactly. Making you too dangerous to touch. Emma leaned forward. How soon could we do it? Emma, Rachel began, concern evident in her voice. Mom, I know you're worried, but every day we wait is another day they might be doing this to someone else. Another day they're developing the technology further, making it harder to fight. Carlos considered this. She has a point. Our intelligence suggests they're accelerating their program, possibly in response to your successful resistance. They're determined to prove the viability of the technology, even after the setbacks you've caused them. How soon? Emma repeated. We'd need at least a month, Carlos said after a moment's consideration. To gather all the evidence, prepare secure facilities for the disclosure, arrange protective measures, and ensure the information is properly organized and verified. Credibility will be essential. They'll try to discredit you, paint you as delusional or manipulated by anti-government forces. A month, Emma repeated, nodding. I can do that. This isn't a decision we need to finalize right now, I cautioned. We have time to think, to consider all angles. I've had years to think about it, Dad, Emma said quietly. Ever since that night at the cabin when I recited the code and tried to leave with them. Ever since I realized what they had done to my mind, what they had made me into without my knowledge or consent. Her expression hardened. I've made my decision. I want to fight back. Looking at her in that moment, the determination in her eyes, the set of her jaw, the uncompromising clarity of her purpose, I saw more than my 15-year-old daughter. I saw a young woman who had endured unimaginable trauma and emerged not broken, but forged into something stronger, more resolved, more formidable than her tormentors could have anticipated. They had tried to turn her into a weapon. They had succeeded, but not in the way they intended. Not a weapon under their control, but one aimed squarely at them, fueled by the righteous anger of a mind that refused to be owned. "Okay," I said simply. "If this is what you want, we'll support you." Every step of the way. Rachel looked between us, concern still evident in her expression, but also a growing acceptance. "A month," she said finally. "We use the time to prepare not just the evidence and security, but ourselves. Emma needs to be as mentally and emotionally prepared as possible for what going public will entail." "Agreed," Carlos said. "I'll begin making arrangements immediately. In the meantime, the compound in Finland will give you a safe place to rest, recover, and prepare. It's completely off-grid, staffed by people who've been thoroughly vetted with security measures that would make most military installations look porous." The plan set, Carlos ended the call, promising to meet us in person once we reached Finland. The jet continued its journey northward, leaving behind the Australian continent where we'd thought we'd found a safe haven, only to have that illusion shattered once again. Emma eventually fell asleep, the exhaustion of the night's events and the neural disruption procedure finally catching up with her. Rachel moved to sit beside me, her voice low to avoid waking our daughter. "Are we doing the right thing?" she asked, the question that had been hanging between us since Emma had declared her intention to go public. "Letting her put herself in the spotlight like this? I don't think we're letting her do anything," I replied. "She's made her choice. And honestly, I'm not sure it's the wrong one. We've been running for years, always reactive, always on the defensive. Maybe it's time to change the dynamic." Rachel nodded slowly. "I just worry about the toll it will take on her. The public scrutiny, the questioning of her sanity or credibility, the inevitable attempts to discredit or intimidate her. She's stronger than we sometimes give her credit for," I said, looking at Emma's sleeping form. "She's survived things that would break most adults. And she's right about one thing, they're not going to stop. Not unless something forces them to. And what about afterward? If this works, if we expose everything and they're shut down, what kind of life can she have then? There's no going back to anonymity, to normalcy." It was a question I'd been asking myself as well. Once Emma's identity was public, once her story was known worldwide, she would never again be just a normal teenager, a normal young woman. Her life would be permanently altered, her future shaped by this decision in ways we couldn't fully predict. "I don't know," I admitted. "But I do know this, she deserves to make this choice herself. It's her mind they violated, her life they've been trying to control. If taking her power back means going public, bearing witness to what was done to her, I think we have to respect that." Rachel was silent for a long moment, watching Emma sleep. "When did our little girl become so strong?" she asked finally, her voice catching slightly. "When she had to," I said simply. "When the world gave her no other choice." The month in Finland passed in a flurry of preparation, gathering and organizing evidence, recording Emma's testimony, preparing for every possible reaction and counter-strategy from NeuroSync and its allies. The compound, as Carlos had promised, was remote and secure, nestled among dense forests and lakes, invisible from the air and accessible only by a single road that was constantly monitored. Emma approached the preparation with a focus and determination that sometimes took my breath away. She worked with a psychologist experienced in trauma recovery to ensure she could tell her story without being overwhelmed by the emotions it evoked. She studied with media trainers who taught her how to handle difficult questions, hostile interviews, attempts to trip her up or discredit her account. Rachel contributed the technical evidence, detailed documentation of the neural programming methods, the evolution of the technology, the countermeasures she had developed. Her status as a former senior researcher at NeuroSync added crucial credibility to our case. I focused on the narrative, helping Emma organize her experiences into a coherent, compelling story that would be difficult to dismiss or explain away. My background in teaching literature proved unexpectedly useful. I understood how to structure a narrative for maximum impact, how to anticipate and address potential counterarguments before they could be raised. Carlos and his team handled the logistics, secure venues for the disclosure, trusted journalists who would break the story simultaneously across multiple platforms, legal experts to address the inevitable attempts to silence us through litigation or other means. As the day of the disclosure approached, I found myself increasingly anxious, not about the technical aspects, which had been meticulously planned, but about the toll this would take on Emma. Despite all our preparation, the reality of putting herself in the public eye, of reliving her trauma before a global audience, would be brutally difficult. The night before we were scheduled to leave Finland for Geneva, where the disclosure would take place under the auspices of an international human rights organization, I found Emma sitting alone on the compound's small dock, looking out over the still waters of the lake. The midnight sun of northern summer cast everything in a surreal golden glow, blurring the boundary between day and night. I sat beside her, not speaking at first, just sharing the moment of peace before the storm that would soon engulf our lives. Having second thoughts? I asked finally. She shook her head. Not about going public. That still feels right. I'm just thinking about after. What happens next? Who I'll be when this is all over. You'll be Emma, I said simply. No matter what else changes, that remains constant. You're still you, still the bright, creative, resilient person you've always been. But I'll never be normal again, will I? Never just a regular teenager, or college student, or anything else. Probably not, I acknowledged, seeing no point in false reassurances. You'll be known, recognized. Your story will be part of the public record, something people associate with you. She nodded, accepting this reality. I think I'm okay with that. If it means others don't have to go through what I did. If it means this technology gets regulated, controlled, kept out of the hands of people who would misuse it. Is that what you hope will happen? Regulation rather than prohibition? Emma considered this. The technology itself isn't inherently evil. Mom originally developed it to help people with trauma, with learning disabilities. It could do a lot of good if used ethically, with informed consent. Her maturity, her balanced perspective on technology that had been used to violate her own mind, never ceased to amaze me. You're right, I said. And that nuance will be important in your testimony. Not demonizing the science itself, but exposing how it was weaponized, how ethical boundaries were crossed. She smiled slightly. Still teaching, Dad? Even now? I returned the smile, acknowledging the gentle teasing. Force of habit, I guess. Sorry. Don't be. It helps. Thinking about it analytically makes it less overwhelming somehow. We sat in companionable silence for a while longer, watching the gentle movement of the water, the occasional leap of a fish breaking the surface. Whatever happens tomorrow, or the next day, or the next, I said finally, I'm proud of you, Emma. Prouder than I can possibly express. She leaned her head against my shoulder, a gesture reminiscent of younger days. Thanks, Dad. For everything. For never giving up, never stopping fighting for me. Never will, I promised. No matter what. The Geneva Disclosure was a meticulously orchestrated event designed for maximum impact and minimal vulnerability. Emma's testimony, clear, detailed, unflinching, was broadcast globally, accompanied by Rachel's technical evidence and corroborating documentation from Carlos's organization. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Major news outlets around the world led with the story. Social media exploded with reactions, analysis, calls for investigation. NeuroSync's remaining corporate structure issued immediate denials, followed by attempts to discredit Emma as mentally unstable, Rachel as a disgruntled former employee with a vendetta. But the evidence was too substantial, too well documented to be easily dismissed. Within days, government agencies in multiple countries launched investigations. Former NeuroSync researchers, emboldened by our disclosure, came forward with their own accounts of ethical violations and dangerous applications of the technology. The dead man's switch Carlos had established proved unnecessary. No attempts were made on our lives, likely because, as he had predicted, doing so would only have lent further credibility to our claims and triggered the automatic release of even more damaging information. Instead, the fight moved to the courts, to regulatory bodies, to the court of public opinion. Emma became, almost overnight, the face of a broader movement questioning the ethics of neural interface technology, demanding greater oversight and protection for human cognitive autonomy. It wasn't easy. There were difficult interviews, hostile questioning, personal attacks from those with vested interests in the technology's unlimited development. There were nightmares, anxiety attacks, moments when the pressure seemed unbearable. But there was also support from survivors of other forms of exploitation, from ethical scientists, from ordinary people horrified by what had been done to a child in the name of progress and national security. Emma received thousands of messages of solidarity, of gratitude for her courage in coming forward. 6 months after the disclosure, the United Nations convened a special committee to draft international protocols governing neural interface technology, with Emma invited to address the opening session. NeuroSync was officially dissolved, its assets seized, its principals facing criminal charges in multiple jurisdictions. It wasn't a complete victory. Some aspects of the technology had already proliferated, some of the key researchers had disappeared into the shadows, likely to continue their work under different auspices. The genie, as Rachel had observed, couldn't be fully returned to the bottle. But it was a beginning. A shift from darkness to light, from secrecy to scrutiny. And for our family, it was something else as well, a transition from running to standing ground, from hiding to confronting. Emma would never have the normal teenage years or young adulthood she might have had if neurosync had never entered our lives. But she had something else: purpose, impact, the knowledge that her suffering had not been meaningless, that it had led to protections for countless others who might otherwise have faced similar exploitation. And she had us, Rachel and me, standing beside her through every challenge, every victory, every difficult day and sleepless night. Our family, broken and reconstituted, tested by fire, and emerged stronger, more united than before. The face in the window, that harbinger of the nightmare that had engulfed our lives, had not disappeared entirely. It still appeared sometimes in dreams, in moments of vulnerability or stress. But it no longer held the power it once did. No longer represented an existential threat lurking just beyond our awareness. Instead, it had become a reminder of what we had survived, what we had overcome. A ghost from a past that, while never forgotten, no longer controlled our present or determined our future. 1 year to the day after the Geneva disclosure, we stood together on the balcony of our new home in a small European city, watching fireworks illuminate the night sky in celebration of a local festival. Emma, now 16, looked different, more confident, her posture no longer that of someone constantly bracing for threat. Rachel and I had changed too, the vigilance that had defined us for so long giving way gradually to a more measured awareness, a more balanced assessment of risk. Do you think they're still out there? Emma asked suddenly, her gaze on the distant horizon beyond the celebrating city. The ones who got away. The ones who still believe in what they were doing. Probably, Rachel answered honestly. People who convince themselves they're working for a greater good, that the ends justify the means. They rarely change their fundamental beliefs. But they don't have the resources they once did, I added. The institutional support, the cover of legitimacy. And they know the world is watching now. Emma nodded, seeming satisfied with this assessment. So we're safe? Truly safe. I considered my answer carefully. I think we're as safe as anyone can be in this world. Which is to say, not absolutely, but reasonably. Safe enough to live, to plan, to hope. Safe enough, she repeated, testing the phrase as if weighing its sufficiency. I can work with that. A particularly large firework burst overhead, momentarily bathing us in shimmering gold light. Emma tilted her face upward, letting the light wash over her, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. In that moment, illuminated by celebration rather than pursuit, surrounded by joy rather than fear, I saw my daughter as she was meant to be, young, alive, facing forward into a future reclaimed from those who had tried to steal it from her. Not unscathed, not unmarked by what she had endured, but unbroken, unbowed, herself. The face in the window had finally, permanently turned away. My name is Emma Cassidy. For 3 years, I was also Subject 11. For 3 years after that, I was Olivia Thornton. I've had many names, many identities, some chosen, some imposed. I've been hunted across continents, had my mind invaded and manipulated, been used as a test subject for technology that should never have been developed without stringent ethical oversight. But through it all, beneath all the layers of programming and fear and false identities, I remained myself. That core identity, the essential Emma, was something they could never fully reach, never fully control. They tried to turn me into a weapon, an asset, a tool to be used without consent or awareness. Instead, I became something they never anticipated, a witness, a voice, a force for accountability. The nightmares still come sometimes. The memories of standing on that pier, waiting to be taken away. Of reciting codes I'd never consciously learned. Of my body and mind acting without my permission, against my will. But they're just memories now, not present threats. Scars rather than open wounds. I don't know what my future holds. The normal trajectory from teenager to adult has been irrevocably altered by what happened to me, by the choices I made in response. I'll never be anonymous, never completely free from the shadow of neurosync and what they did. But I am free to choose what comes next. Free to define myself beyond the labels of victim or survivor or whistleblower. Free to build a life that has meaning to me, that reflects my own values and desires rather than someone else's agenda. That freedom, the autonomy of mind and choice that should be every human's birthright, is what they tried to take from me. It's what my parents fought so hard to protect. It's what I finally reclaimed by speaking the truth, by refusing to remain silent and hidden. The neural conditioning technology that was used against me still exists. Versions of it are being developed in laboratories around the world, some with legitimate therapeutic purposes, others with more questionable aims. The battle for cognitive liberty, for the right to mental self-determination, is only beginning. But it's a battle now fought in the open, subject to public discourse and ethical examination rather than hidden in classified programs and corporate black sites. That transparency alone is a victory, even if it's far from complete. As for me, I'll continue to advocate for appropriate safeguards and regulations. I'll share my story when it helps others understand what's at stake. But I'll also paint and study and make friends and fall in love and experience all the ordinary joys and sorrows that make up a human life. Because that's what they could never program out of me, what they could never override or erase: my humanity. My capacity to fear and hope and endure and overcome. My ability to find meaning even in suffering, to create beauty even from trauma. The face in the window, that presence that haunted our family for so long, has faded now. Not forgotten, but no longer dominant in our consciousness, no longer defining our days and nights. In its place is something else, something better: possibility. The open horizon of a future reclaimed. The knowledge that while some doors have closed forever, others have opened that I never could have anticipated. My name is Emma Cassidy, and my story is my own.